Но как-то раз на земле человека появился некий...
Гость растрогался. Какая богатая земля. Мне чертовски повезло, что я здесь первый из зверей.
Посмотри, человек, не слишком ли бесцеремонен твой гость?
А, черт.
дождь, то настала очередь хижины. Человек обрадовался, что высокий гость лично посетил его скромное жилище. Но у слона были свои планы.
Ты удивлен, что так получилось, человек? Погоди. Господин слон сейчас тебе все объяснит.
Видишь ли, парень?
Что тут происходит? Спросил неожиданно появившийся лев.
Он отнял у меня хижину.
Как ты смеешь клеветать на моего лучшего друга? Под суд!
Вот ты уже и под судом, человек.
Слово потерпевшему, объявил председатель лев. Господин представитель цивилизации, он обязан отдать то, что у него есть. Плоды, хижину, землю, а не вызывать возбуждение без...
Господина слона, присвоение имущества господина слона, сигарет и журналов. Виновен.
Решение наверняка будет справедливым.
Попытка вломиться в хижину.
А может быть, ты действительно виновен? Виновен в том, что не похож на них. виновен в том, что это твоя земля. Ведь надо же что-то делать.
И человек решил действовать. Вот вам новая хижина. Одна на всех. Ну а теперь...
Дорого обошлось человеку знакомство со звериной цивилизацией. Но зато он многое понял и многому научился.
What is good, my people? We are live back again with another live broadcast on the forecast. What up, bro? What up, Bakari? Yeah, that's a cartoon from back in the day. I thought it was an interesting cartoon. Shows when others come, like, you know, you minding your business and others come in and take your stuff, you know what I'm saying? And I like the end, except for the running away part. You know, the fire could have ate them up, but you know, it is what it is. But yeah, what's going on, y'all? I don't plan on being on here too long. You know, it's just a couple of things that I did want to go through. You know what I mean? You know, just to address some of the things lately. Now, first, before I do that, I want to show something. Now, I didn't get any grants or anything this time. I didn't have time to pull up anything, but I did want to show you something else, you know, that is positive. So let me do this first. I'm gonna put the link in the chat if somebody want to come on, because I'm gonna just go through this stuff, you know what I'm saying? Because I just want to show a couple of things, you know. But let me put it in the chat real quick. All right, so All right, the first thing I want to show y'all, since I didn't get any grants or anything, I want to show y'all something positive. All right, so listen, you know, there's ways to do all of these things, and I want to show y'all, you know, because we was talking about the non-profit businesses and using every opportunity that's available to us. And this black family closes on 7-figure real estate deal, and they say they want to create the modern day Black Wall Street in Mississippi. So I know a lot of us talk, but there are people out there doing stuff, you know what I'm saying? So after a year of negotiations and renegotiations, entrepreneur Tony A. I can't say his last name, and his wife and 3 sons have purchased a 20-unit strip mall in the Oak Grove community in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Right, so they're saying they're trying to change this area in Mississippi to another version of Black Wall Street. You know what I'm saying? So with this purchase, the family has become one of the state's arguably 3% of African Americans to have ever independently brokered a $1 million deal. The establishment will be named Greenwood Plaza, and it is the second major commercial expansion of the family-owned firm. So the purchase is just another step in their quest to recreate, you know what I'm saying, Black Wall Street. And of course, it takes other things, you know what I'm saying, and it takes, you know, support. You know, so I want to show you, I'm going to skip through some of this because it's long, but I'm going to show you just a couple of key things, you know, this brother was talking about. So, yeah, and right here, well, I'm going to go ahead and play it.
A part of why we're here today, we're here to talk about economic development and being Black History Month, you know, thinking back to brothers like Marcus Garvey, thinking about Dr. Martin Luther King, and then thinking about Frederick Douglass, some of the work that they started. I know a part of what you're doing now, you're continuing to build on that legacy, right? Can you speak to that for me?
Yeah, man. So the interesting thing to me is when Dr. King fought to sit at the front of the lunch counter, and when he fought for us to have the right to sit at the front of the buses, he fought those fights and he got some opposition, right? Mm-hmm. But later on during the civil rights movement, Dr. King got this epiphany. Then he realized, hey, we've been fighting for the wrong thing. We should have been fighting for economic empowerment and economic equity. So he shifted his focus. And when he shifted his focus to wealth redistribution in America, he was eventually killed. Like almost on spot. Before he can even get that movement off the ground, he was assassinated. And so every time there's a redistribution of wealth effort on a mass scale, those leaders' lives are in jeopardy. And maybe one day my life will be in jeopardy if it gets large enough. I don't care. I think we all put here today. We're dying anyway. Like right now we're talking, we're dying. Right. Does that make sense? Yeah. So, but to answer that, man, Marcus Garvey, I just learned that during his time period, he raised one of the largest amounts of capital that an African-American man could raise during his time period. And he raised the money, I'm told, to purchase ships would transport African Americans or Blacks back to Africa. And but his movement was short-lived. And so
what is your take on the events that surrounded Tulsa during that particular time, and how we can now start to build our own Black Wall Street in the modern day age?
Man, that's a good question, man. You well studied, brother. So let me tell you. So here's my thoughts on that, man. So I believe it was in 1906, where it was first discovered that Tulsa had oil. Mm-hmm. And that word got out and everybody rushed towards Tulsa. Blacks, whites, everybody trying to create this better life to take advantage. So from 1908, I think, to 1913,
I'm gonna just skip
linked
ahead.
up economic empowerment. And organizations like mine, I'm not the only one doing it. I was inspired by Brother Stelling. But in spite of that, still 40% of African Americans own homes. That's not enough.
Right.
But with all of that in place, we still found a way to buy homes. But the wealth gap is still lopsided. There's still a disparity. And that's where my organization come in, linked up economic empowerment. And organizations like mine, I'm not the only one doing it. I was inspired by brothers that was doing this, before me. So I'm just trying to do my part and my part of the world, so to speak. And connecting with brothers like you and other local brothers here in this community to make sure we do our part in closing the wealth gap. It's our responsibility.
Yeah.
See, once I know better, I want to give what I learned to somebody else. I'm not hogging. So one of the things as an investor, linked up is an organization, and our vision is to close the wealth gap. Our mission is to do that by leading with financial education, providing opportunities for home ownership, entrepreneurship, and access to mainstream banking. So as an investor, I invest in real estate. And one of the things I do to help close that wealth gap, I don't just sell the people, I sell houses. I sit down with them and put them on a wealth plan. Because some of them got the job or the income because they are entrepreneurs, but can't quite verify what they need to verify to the bank. So I put them on a wealth plan.
Okay.
And in 18 months to 24 months, you own this house outright. I'm gonna show you what to do, how to walk you to the bank to get what you need. So that's my passion, man. Stemming all the way back from the Greenwood thing that you led with.
Yeah. You answered a few questions within that one, so I appreciate.
He's 21 years old. He probably could do that to show them how, because one young man said, I will buy a house and I will move my family in it. And I will pay all of the bills because I don't want to see my mom struggling.
My bad.
And a lot of the kids, and most of these kids, man, are from underserved communities, and they come from some of the harshest conditions. And to see them come bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, ready to learn that. And when I asked them, like, if you had all the money you could have right now, $1 million, what would you do with it? Man, those kids, the first thing they said in their own way, one young man said, I will buy a house and I will move my family in it. And I will pay all of the bills because I don't want to see my mom struggling anymore. And so to hear things like that, just kind of, just warm my heart and make me want to show them how, because that is possible for him to do. That is very possible for him to do if he started right now with applying these principles, life-changing principles. By the time he's 21 years old, he probably could do that.
Hey, that's awesome.
So let me say this as well. So we got into the Hattiesburg School District. We're going to be in Jeff Davis County soon. Okay. We got the green light for Grenada. And so, that's 3 counties right there already. And so three counties in climbing. And so we're looking to come to all 82. So,
and this is what I'm saying about the nonprofit business if you was to be in control, because yeah, there's something else that you go into whatever, but you got to use everything that's available to you. So if it's a way that you can get your program into Black schools and you focused on Black areas and doing all these things, if there's a way to get the funding or resources or whatever you may need, you know what I'm saying? And sometimes that's the easy way to do it with all of the grants and the funds that's available to whatever. Now you may have to be like inner city, you know, urban areas, and you know, all the things that they use against us in a negative way, use it against them, you know what I'm saying? And that's why I'm saying these kind of things are tools to our liberation. And now this brother is able to get his economic empowerment program into at least schools right now in Mississippi. He's trying to get into, I think 3 counties, he said. He's trying to get into all of them, you know what I'm saying? So that's about using the tools that's available to you, you know what I'm saying, and recreating the thing that, because he had his vision about recreating Black Wall Street, and that's something we know we need. But others may be about, you know, securing the neighborhood. Somebody else may be about creating the bank. Somebody else may be about the food, you know what I'm saying? That's why the most important thing is having the understanding of who you are and being able to empower yourself. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna play the rest of it. I'm gonna skip to one more part.
If somebody's listening and you're a school administrator, or you got the hookup in your town, you want to see people in your town change and shift the way they think about money, and you want to give back to this next generation, I want you to reach out to me, and we can partner up and get to your county. Let me say this, Reggie.
Yeah, I gotta probably send this to Consider Cheeks, you know, with her program, and that might can, you know what I'm saying, do something good, you know.
To get into 82 counties in the state of Mississippi, right? How outside of getting in contact with school administrators and things like that, how else can the community help support what you're doing right now?
Well, I'm glad you asked. So this is a nonprofit. So to keep the services free, I have to raise my own money.
Okay.
And one of the ways I raise my own money is I sell these shirts. It's called 4G Wealth. In fact, you're wearing one, so I appreciate you.
Yeah.
Now, you know, and there's other things you can do, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I was talking, you know, with a friend who was, you know, helping me do what I was trying to do, you know what I'm saying? Now, I don't know what's going to happen, but you can also have events, and having a nonprofit organization, you can approach certain companies to offer things at this event, you know what I'm saying? Like being there, because, you know, we talk about being able to feed each other, you know what I'm saying? You can approach companies like Kroger and get like, you know, gift cards or food or whatever it may be, you know what I'm saying, with your organization. Now you're bringing it back to your people, you know what I'm saying? That's the key, you know what I'm saying? Anything you have to do, it has to be a Black only. I'm not even going to say Black first no more, a Black only mindset, because until we do what we got to do, we can't have friends, as we're going to see in a few minutes, you know what I'm saying? But we still on the positive part, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, it's different ways you can use these organizations to benefit and help yourself and your own community. But yeah, let me show how to help this brother could get help.
Raise my own money is I sell these shirts. It's called 4G Wealth. In fact, you're wearing one, so I appreciate you.
Yeah.
That mean you don't, because of your donation, you got that shirt, and I can continue this work for free. But 4G Wealth, right? And 4Gs is the 4Gs of wealth is to get out.
And before he give this information, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, man, if we could support Nike, you know what I'm saying, after all of this, we could definitely buy a t-shirt from this brother, you know what I'm saying? Because we buy other people's stuff that say they don't even like us, but a brother who's trying to teach kids financial literacy, you know what I'm saying? We could definitely buy his shirts or products and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? So I want you to look up this brother, you know, in his program, you know what I'm saying? But let him get to the four things, you know.
4G Wealth, right? And 4Gs is the 4Gs of wealth is to get out of debt, right? Grow your credit score. Then you have to generate wealth, and give back, right?
Okay.
And so in order to help you do that, here are the things that build wealth on the back of the shirt. We have good credit, businesses, properties, deeds, and stocks. And so I promote, so to answer your question, people make donations. The shirts are $20. And if a person want to make a purchase, they can just cash at me at $ close the wealth gap. There's $CLOSETHEWEALTH gap, close the wealth gap. And so you can donate that. It's tax write-off for you. Also, you can sponsor.
And see, that's another thing about the nonprofit stuff. You know what I'm saying? When you have an organization, it'll be easier for me to, you know, like say, approach a company, be like, yo, help us get 50 septic tanks for this urban community. And you'll be able to write it off and say you help the inner city. You know what I'm saying? But it's unimportant how they feel. The important thing is you get the resources to help your people and do the things that you got to do. Because at this point in the game, you know what I'm saying, we got to use any and every single thing as a tool. You know what I mean?
I'm a school. You know, it take like right now the curriculum that I'm using, it's a video-based curriculum. It's very expensive. It costs $2,000 for that curriculum.
Yeah.
And I get it directly from Dave Ramsey, the Dave Ramsey organization. I'm a master certified financial coach with Dave Ramsey. And so, so $2,000 would sponsor a school. You don't have to do the whole portion of that. Any amount helps with that. So that's how a person can be a part of this movement without actually going into a school themselves. They can just donate and we'll do the work.
Or you can actually do the work yourself if you don't want to donate. But, you know, that's another point. That's neither here nor there. But I just wanted to show some of that stuff with that brother. What up, Bobby E. Wright? He's friends with your nephew. Well, yeah, you should definitely get him for an interview, especially for a Black Business Sunday thing. You know what I'm saying? My brother Bobby E. Wright, what up? Sun kissed by the Most High is reverse racism, or is it a ding to just say we practice low-key racism? I'm not really sure what you're trying to say right there. But anyway, you know, I want to show you not only why it's important, because like at least this brother is doing something to you know, help the kids. You know what I'm saying? He's trying to put financial literacy programs into schools, into Black areas. You know what I'm saying? And that's something positive, and we know that we need that. You know what I'm saying? And you know, according to him, it take $2,000. Now you see his name, you can look it up. You know, and I showed y'all. You know, he just got profiled for closing a 7-figure deal. You know what I'm saying? One of like 3% of Black people in the history of America anyway, to close a deal like that. You know what I'm saying? He's trying to rebuild Black Wall Street, something that's we say we have to do all the time. And, you know, this brother is out there actually, you know, putting in work. So you can at least look him up if you not, you know what I'm saying, if you don't want to do the work yourself. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, for sure, for sure. So I'll probably buy one of his t-shirts, you know, or a couple of his t-shirts, but at least one of them. And you know, like I said, man, it's important to be in charge of, you know what I'm saying, like your kids' education. You know what I'm saying? You want to teach them financial literacy, how to not only just work for somebody else, but to control own business or even just budget their money. You know what I'm saying? These are important things that if you really want to make a change, you know what I'm saying, you got to start understanding what and how to teach your children. You know what I'm saying? And if not, then we're going to see, like, you know, why, you know, well, we don't need more reasons, but I guess we do. But like, you know, just want to show you a couple of things that just happened to children just recently. You know what I'm saying? Now, they say New Jersey man, and they never actually said he was a former council member, because like I tell you, you know, people like what's his name, Steve Bannon, he's said he was going to fund 38,000 people to run for the school board, local school boards across America. And if you have children going to that, it's at least important to go to the meeting, but you want to, if you can, be in charge of your children's curriculum in the areas, because, this is a councilman calling the police on a black 9-year-old little girl.
Because a little black woman walking and spraying stuff on the sidewalks and trees on Elizabeth and Florence. I don't know what the hell she's doing. It scares me, though.
It was a call to police about suspicious activity on this quiet block in Caldwell on October 22nd, made by a neighbor who says he saw what he believed was a young woman spraying an unknown substance on trees. That little black woman, as he described, was the 9-year-old daughter of Monique Joseph, who was on the sidewalk killing lantern flies with a homemade solution, a practice she had been doing all summer.
She wanted to feel like she was doing something, and it was the one thing that she could feel powerful doing, and she's saving a tree. We love trees.
But it's not how neighbor Gordon Lawshe saw it, which led to a police call and a response. Joseph was there when the responding police officer approached her daughter.
I was shaking inside, and I was steadying myself, because I didn't want him to feel my anger and then I get myself in trouble.
The officer, she said, was a...
Now, it's crazy, as black men, I agree that we have to have brothers in our communities protecting protecting everybody from people that may be wilding within our communities. But it's important to make sure that, and not be scared that somebody can't just come in and violate your children. You know what I'm saying? Like, in past generations, it wasn't just trying to protect our own from our own. You know what I'm saying? You ain't let nobody come in and violate your community. You know what I'm saying? Now, you raising your own, you know what I'm saying, and you teaching your own manners. And I'm not saying that people wasn't committing crimes or nothing like that, but it wasn't rampant. You wasn't just doing that to old ladies and just wilding out there, because there was order, you know what I'm saying? And contrary to belief, you know what I'm saying, unless they was like in mobs with guns and all of this stuff, they wasn't really just coming into black neighborhoods. You know what I'm saying? Many of them had a fear, because a lot of these black neighborhoods would send them packing, you know what I'm saying, including the police.
Able to resolve the situation quickly, but what remained with her was the anger that a call to police was made in the first place.
Bobby is not a woman. She is 9 years old. All I could think is, what was his intentions? What did he expect to happen on the other side of that? Was he okay as her neighbor with her being approached by the police? Racism, intentional or not, it's still racism.
Joseph would later recount the incident at a Caldwell City Council meeting last week in a fiery speech made to town officials, where she received an apology from the mayor.
And I'm so sorry that your daughter experienced that.
The neighbor who called police, Gordon Lawshe, did not want to speak to us on camera, referring us to his attorney. The homeowner later called police on us. As many as 3 police cars responded to the scene Thursday.
Right. So, now this little girl out there protecting the trees, that's going to piss them off. You know what I'm saying? And he called the police talking about, there's a grown woman and I'm scared. You know what I'm saying? And so let me go to the next one, because this is your teachers here, because that was a politician, well, a former councilman in a local area, you know what I'm saying? And like I'm trying to tell you, the people that are in positions in your local, whatever. So if you're going to be involved in the voting, you better pay attention, you know what I'm saying? And let me show here a teacher now, and he's telling you about racism, and he's telling you that he's racist. So
would not have just said. You guys. You treat me the wrongest out of everybody, because every time you would let these groups, you let them go to Miss Childress when they're passing. But when I need to go, no, you can't go. Like, bro, that's racist. And guess what? They're all not in my skin color.
So if I was racist, I wouldn't let you go to the restroom, would I?
But you don't want him in your. I'll feel there.
Well, are you trying to say you think that?
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say.
No,
Why'd you say I am?
You said I am racist.
You said I am racist. Which means I think
you said I am racist. That means you're with the hard S. That means right now. With the hard S.
Can I finish?
Yeah.
Can I finish? Just let me finish. Okay.
I thought we were done.
I think it's
He's trying to think up something to say.
you don't know me at all. You can't put words in my mouth. Just
I'm
let
just
me
trying
finish.
to
I'm trying to explain to you something that I've learned in my life. That's all I'm trying to say.
I took a little bit. I actually have to go now.
Go get the person fast.
All right.
So you are a racist.
Damn, how many times I gotta say it?
You're cussing at me?
No, I'm not talking to anybody.
'Cause
I'm
he's
just, I'm
black.
frustrated with this conversation.
That she started. You're the one that said you were a racist.
You asked the question.
No, you were talking to him.
Get it,
And
Melo.
he said, yes, I'm a racist. Yes.
Somebody asked the question, I responded.
Hey.
I'll be sure to put this on the internet.
Hey, I hope you know I'm famous, so I'm gonna play on the internet.
I'll be sure to put this on the internet.
Yeah, you guys do what you need to do.
I'm gonna call my father and say I'm gonna post this.
This horde is right over there.
And you know my
And
dad
this
has
horde
over
is
a million
black.
on Instagram, so I'm gonna tell him to post this.
You guys don't think that I've made peace with all this stuff? You think I'm still walking around prejudiced against people who say, oh, no. Deep down in my heart, I'm ethnocentric, which means I think my race is the superior one.
Oh,
Wait, no, let me
Hey,
finish.
look.
Let me finish.
Hey, look.
Let me
So
finish.
white is better than all.
No, let me finish. Let me
Go
finish.
ahead.
Hey,
I think everybody thinks that, they're just not honest about
hey,
it.
I'm not racist though. I like all types of kinds.
Did I say I don't like people?
People only
You
think
didn't
that.
say
Yo, Bakari, even at a childhood level, we can't be racist, bro.
racist though. I like all types of kinds.
Did I say I don't like people?
People only
You
think
didn't
Wait,
that.
so you said you are what? You are a
You're
racist?
saying you're like.
You're
I think
racist?
everybody's a racist at that level.
No, you said you are racist.
I did. Yeah, I'm
Say
trying to
it.
be
Yes,
honest.
I'm racist.
No, I'm not saying it again. I've said it enough.
So you're
I
racist.
think I slightly told you to stop speaking.
Yes, you
Did
said
it.
Put your phone up.
I respected you.
I'm
I
putting the
actually
phone up.
respected you for a while, but like
I'm putting
now
the phone up.
I don't even got no more respect for you.
Put it up.
Yeah, for real. I don't think I got respect for him no more, bro.
Yeah. So, what up, Koku? Yeah, you say you like this teacher. Yeah, I saw that earlier. I know why you say that. Sun kissed by the Most High. This was 100% a reason for an anti-black hate crime bill. Truly, this awful being wanted her to be uncomfortable lying, knowing she's only 9 years old. Well, yeah, I mean, there's been a million reasons, but they just now passed the Emmett Till bill. You know what I'm saying? So that anti-black stuff is gonna be a while. You know what I'm saying? We've seen the Asian stuff. You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing, and that's how life is, you know what I'm saying? Like while Koku was saying, I understand why this teacher is saying that, and I like this teacher, you know what I'm saying? Because he's being honest about it, you know what I'm saying? Deep down, he feels like he is the superior one. And if you don't feel like you're superior, then there's a problem. Now, the issue comes in when you have them teaching your children, you know what I'm saying? Now, I was just looking at the Ernest Green story, and that's like with the Little Rock Nine or whatever, when they tried to go into integrate the schools. Now, listen, it was children. We sacrificed our children for integration. You know what I'm saying? We sent children, and in this case, they was high school students, but imagine what Ruby Bridges at 6 years old went through. Now, they went to their schools. Now, they left behind. They didn't think about the camaraderie with other black students, what would happen to the black teachers, the black curriculums, you know what I'm saying? Now, they could have easily just said, we want to fight for equal funding, you know what I'm saying? Because they had to fight, they could have took all of that for the equal funding because they definitely was taking their tax money, you know what I'm saying? But of course, when you sing, because most of the teachers, and we're going to talk about the affirmative action, because after that, white bitches got the most, you know what I'm saying, jobs or whatever. And they became most of the teachers. Yo, what up, K-Shaw? Yo, that's exactly what they do. But that's the problem. Why are we still sending our children to their schools? Now, luckily, their brother at the beginning is trying to make an economic program, even though with integration, it didn't just hurt the black students. You know what I'm saying? It hurt the black teacher population. The amount of black male teachers in classrooms, I like to see pre-integration and now. And to see strong male leaders, you know what I'm saying, in that situation, in that place. But okay, so the last thing I want to show for this, before we kind of get to like the main kind of two things I want to show. I had to show this because people will say I didn't show it. But yeah, so Brittany Griner, you know what I'm saying? Because this is another thing as far as lacking the power to do anything about anybody at any given time. You know what I'm saying? So they moving her to a work camp over there, you know what I'm saying, in good old Russia. And we see the response by the world, but the problem is, we see that nobody is going to have our back. We're going to have to learn that we all we got. And until we start working together to achieve the goals that we want to achieve, then this same thing is going to keep happening. And our children are unprotected, you know what I'm saying? And if we ain't going to put in the work, we got to support each other or the people who are putting in work or who is putting in work.
Following here at CBS News, Brittany Griner. Her lawyer in Russia says the WNBA superstar has been moved to a penal colony to begin her 9-year sentence for drug possession. Russia has hundreds of these prison camps, and life inside them is described as horrifying. Our Charlie D'Agata has more.
This is not a building with cells. This looks like a strange village, like a Gulag labor camp.
Former Pussy Riot band member and activist Maria Alyakina was imprisoned in a Russian labor camp for nearly 2 years. Penal colonies are a cruel vestige of the Soviet-era remote gulags where prisoners are held in barracks and forced to perform labor. Political prisoner Alexei Navalny likened his penal colony to a concentration camp. The worst nightmare for Griner's wife, Sherelle, who spoke with Gayle King in October.
She could be moved to a labor camp. And my brain can't even fathom it.
Griner was arrested at a Moscow airport in February, accused of carrying vape cartridges containing less than a gram of cannabis oil into Russia, then convicted and sentenced to 9 years in prison. But a forced labor camp takes it to the next level, and Alyakina says Griner may feel even more isolated than other prisoners.
I never seen anyone who doesn't speak Russian inside the system. I have no idea how she will be, how she will, what she will feel. But it's quite tough experience, and she should not go through it alone.
Right. So, of course, she's the first Black person, the first non-Russian speaking person. And whether they like Vladimir Putin or not, you know what I'm saying, we already know how it is. And, she has no protection, you know what I'm saying? She Brittany Griner. And listen, as a nation, you ain't gonna be able to protect your citizens until you I'm coming for whatever. And you got however many, you know what I'm saying, days to release her, you know what I'm saying? Or you could be diplomatic and be like, this or that, you know what I'm saying? You won't get this or that, but that's operating as a nation. And right now we at the mercy of other people who, don't give a damn about us, you know what I'm saying? But, it's just, a powerless kind of thing, you know what I'm saying? But I had to just mention her. And let me play a little bit about what this white bitch here says the camp was like.
And she cannot protect herself. Learn about the law that she has to obey in penal colony, and she cannot protect herself. There were hard physical labor and in inability to access medical treatment that they need. But you're just another prisoner and you can't do anything about it. You just have to witness this cruelty and know that something like that can happen with you as well. Then you work for 16 hours a day. You sew police uniforms. everyone else in a penal colony, let's say, take away their warm clothing from them.
All right, so yeah, I'm gonna stop right there. But yeah, I had to mention it. That's how easily, what I'm saying. Like, I know we thinking that we're not slaves or whatever. I didn't mean to stop sharing, but and I was going to show this one about the brother getting beat up in the jail. But we've seen enough, what I'm saying, to understand that whole part of the game. But speaking about, what I'm saying, reverse racism, what I'm saying, let's go to the next thing. And number one, I want to show this because this brother here was for some reason it's stalling me out now. But yeah, this brother here was the only NBA player to actually, come out there and say anything about the Kyrie thing and, how they trying to call him anti-Semitic, which is basically trying to say, you're a reverse racism. That's how they try to work these arguments in, you know what I'm saying? And well, yeah, let's keep going.
You responded to Joe Tsai's comment about Kyrie on Twitter. What about that bothered you? And what about Joe Tsai's comment? And then what, if anything, that the league has done has bothered you?
Yeah, his response was alarming to me. I tweeted that out yesterday. He didn't say that the organization was working together to get Kyrie back on the floor. He said that he had more work to do. And our society has more work to do, including Joe Tsai. And it's 2022. It takes 10 minutes of time to see who, these business owners, corporations, et cetera, who they're associated with, who they're doing business with, and who they're affiliated with. And
AKA, we have the information, Shyster, so why are you still lying about stuff that everybody knows? And that's the crazy. I was actually I was trying to get this Shyster girl to come on, you know what I'm saying? But I don't think that she is, she likes to be disrespectful, but, the thing here, she can't pull that BS over here, you know what I'm saying? But, I'm hoping that Shyster girl come on so I can show y'all better than I can tell y'all, but and I be on them because they try to be like, act like they're a minority group or something, you know what I'm saying? And then they try to reprimand other people. And like the teacher just said, I deep down feel like my people are superior. Now their doctrine, right, tells them they're quote unquote all the chosen people. That some doctrine that, let's be real, they probably did steal it. Let's be real, and they can translated to mean manifest destiny, you know what I'm saying? Stuff like that to finance all of the things that they have done to us and continue to do. But I'm gonna let this brother stand on his.
Vice president of the union, and it's part of my job to protect our players legally. And to see Phil Knight first come out and condemn, Kyrie, and also see Joe Tsai say he has more work to do, I think it's time for a larger conversation. And Adam came out and said a statement that he doesn't believe Kyrie Irving is anti-Semitic, yet he's still suspended indefinitely. So those are my thoughts.
So what do you think the reaction should be with him if that's not the way to do it? Like what should be the response?
I said this before. I think it's uncharted territory. I think it's no distinction between what somebody says versus what somebody posts. And I guess that's what they're trying to figure out. The terms that the Brooklyn Nets instituted for his return. I voice my discomfort. Some of our players, some people in the media, voice some of their discomfort with that. And we've yet to hear what is the latest with that situation. It's still an indefinite suspension. He's already missed 5 or 6 games. So, how many games is he going to continue to miss? Is it another situation going on there? Is it a larger situation going on there? Is another conversation that need to be had? We've yet to find out. So I'm staying tuned, and I'm keeping my phone on to just see what is going to come of this situation.
So it's a question as a part of the executive committee. Do you have concerns about the kind of the parameters that were set up for his return to play, as far as just creating like a level of steps of things that have to be fulfilled? And do you think that something needs to be addressed in discussions over the next collective bargaining agreement?
Absolutely. I think that I don't think we've ever seen anything like this before in our league. So to say that this is what is needed for somebody to return, we just thought that was excessive. Players thought that was excessive. So I'm not sure if
Now, unfortunately, these players didn't put their name on it, you know what I'm saying, which would have made it more powerful. And they're not going to go after Amazon because they're talking about $1 billion deal or whatever, but listen, you're the product, you're the slave, like I said last time, But if the slave ever knew, you know what I'm saying, they was worth more than that bill, they wouldn't even be talking about $1 billion if it wasn't for them. You know what I'm saying? They can have the all-white NBA and versus the black NBA, and we'll see where they go. And I guess the mulattoes will have to decide for themselves, you know what I'm saying? But we can see who would get that $1 billion contract first. It's just the little faith that we have in ourselves, you know what I'm saying? And the fact that they all know that this brother, he every time he said, I love everybody. And that's something we got to stop doing. But even when you do it, that's the point. Even when you sit there and say, I love everybody, they going to say, no, you ain't doing what I wanted you to do. You ain't bowing down like a good nigga. So, you know what I'm saying? You're being racist towards us, right? See, that's like to take away the crimes they've committed. You know what I'm saying? To say that they heavily financed the slave trade and, they created Wall Street based off slaves. Now that's anti-Semitic to say, but it's not. The practice wasn't anti-black, right? You can't talk about that, but it's anti-Semitic to talk about it. Or speaking of the banks, how they have the, redlining is one of the practices that they use, predatory practices that have gone back historically that have gotten kicked out of countries and stuff like that. But that's another conversation. You know what I'm saying? Or the rap music and how even if you don't buy a CD, you can't even listen to the radio because what's allowed to play and what's not allowed to play. You know what I'm saying? Including Black empowerment. But also, you can't even compliment the shysters. People are scared to say Jew on here. People saying untouchable, the unspeakable, those who can't be named. They're not this all powerful like that. You know what I'm saying? Because the irony is they need you to create all of these products that they have, to create the wealth that they have, to do all of these things. They needed you to do that. And you as the product, aka slave, you know what I'm saying, hold out all the power in this situation as players, you know what I'm saying? Now, this brother could really get blackballed out the NBA, and in 20 years, we'll be like, telling young kids about what happened with Kyrie Irving. You know what I'm saying? But there'll always be brothers who be like, I can't stand up for him because he thought the earth was flat. Because we'll find any kind of reason not to stand up, you know what I'm saying, and do what we have to do because it's just an excuse at this point, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, they can do this buck-breaking thing in front of your face and know it ain't going to be no consequences and make you scared to speak out against them talking about racism and for mentioning their anti-blackness and to call you the racist. It's crazy.
That's going to be something that'll be a CBA negotiation point or talking mechanism. I just know that the sensitivity, on both sides that need to be addressed. And I'm looking forward to the union and the NBA and the Brooklyn Nets coming to a solution in the near future.
And I know that there's been a lot of support for like Kyrie's character and things you mentioned, like Adam saying, but obviously it took him a while to be willing to confront the issue that people have with the content he shared and apologize for it. So considering that the way that he handled the situation seemed kind of uncharted, is it reasonable for organizations to try to at least find some sort of way for the player to kind of demonstrate contrition when they feel like the player's not doing it in a way that the public will accept?
I'm sorry, what's your question?
So I guess the question is, was it...
All right, like, is it a good way for him to tap dance and bow down to his master? How could we get him to do this that the public could accept? You know what I'm saying? He like, what the hell are you talking about?
Even though you have issues with the way that the parameters the Nets set out, is it fair for the Nets to try to create some sort of, way for him to satisfy everybody's need for there to be an apology that they feel is sincere?
I'm not sure how to answer that question. I think you are asking for a need to satisfy the common public, and I'm not sure if that is something that Kyrie is looking to do. I don't think he meant any harm by posting it. Obviously, it came off as insensitive to a lot of people, but Adam came out with a statement. He doesn't believe Kyrie Irving is anti-Semitic. Joe Tsai came out and said a statement that they don't believe he is anti-Semitic. Those were their words. So he's already apologized, formally through his IG post. He said he supports all walks of life, et cetera. But the comment that Joe Tsai made, which I feel like bothered, a lot of people, was like, he has more work to do. Like, what does that mean? Our society has more work to do, including Joe Tsai. So I'm curious to know what that is, what that means. And everybody's tuned in and watching the situation because this is our league. We all are basketball players, but we all are human beings as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing the union and NBA figure out what the next steps are. Thank you.
All right. So yeah, at least somebody in the NBA has something to say. But now they even going in on Dave Chappelle, what I'm saying, he was on Saturday Night Live what he said. So let me play this, what I'm saying, because
quick question for you. What do bad breath and your poop have in common?
My bad, yo. That's some white boy stuff. But all right, here we go.
About NBA star Kyrie Irving's actions.
Yeah, he used his guest monologue on Saturday Night Live to give his take on all the social media blowback, but ended up getting some backlash of his own. Here's a sample of what he said.
Early in my career, I learned that there are two words in the English language that you should never say together in sequence. And those words are the and juice. I've never heard someone do good after they said that. I've been in Hollywood. This was just what I saw. It's a lot of juice. Like a lot. But that doesn't mean anything. You know what I mean? There's a lot of black people in Ferguson, Missouri. Doesn't mean we run the place. I know the Jewish people have been through terrible things all over the world, but you can't blame that on black Americans. You just can't.
Judy Gold is a comedian and friend of Dave Chappelle. She's also the author of
Comedian and Friend.
Yes, I can say that. When they come for the comedians, we are all in trouble. And she is here with us.
The author of the book of When They Come for Comedians, We Are All in Trouble. Right?
All in trouble. And she is here with us. Judy, good to have you.
Thank you for having me.
So you saw the monologue. That was probably half of the 15-minute monologue.
Right.
What did you think?
I laughed at a lot of the stuff. I know Dave. I love Dave. And some of it made me feel uncomfortable. I feel one way as a comedian. I feel another way as a Jew. And it's a tough time for us. And I think the last thing you showed was when he said you can't blame a black person for the Holocaust. Yeah. And it didn't get a response because no one ever has blamed black people for the Holocaust. So
now, wait a minute. She's a comedian who want to talk about everything. Now, we can blame them for the slave trade, right? You know what I'm saying? We can say their role in slavery. We can say that they were slave owners. We can say they didn't really do nothing during, the civil rights. They was kind of against us. We can say that about them, but that's the anti-Semitic part because Kyrie Irving didn't say any of that. In fact, he went out of his way to say, I don't agree with the part about, the Holocaust not being real, but I do agree that black people probably spoke Semitic languages, you know what I'm saying? And this is coming from a European who's neither, I don't know, I doubt she's Asiatic, but she's not African, you know what I'm saying? And she's claiming that, you know what I'm saying? Now, she left off the ish part, you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna get into that, but you hear her say, he's my friend, and I'm a comedian, but, my allegiance lies with, you know what I'm saying, they're, you know what I'm saying, Shyster first, you know what I'm saying? Like, is she going to set aside her comedian? Is she going to set aside her friendship? All of that.
I think there's comparing atrocities is not a good, I don't think it's a helpful dialogue to have. But everyone is talking about this now, and Jews are in a really scary place.
Comparing atrocities, you know what I'm saying? Well, if you want to compare, you know what I'm saying, like I do think that these shysters get, you know what I'm saying, reparations. So we could compare that, you know what I'm saying? Because if we want to start comparing and stuff like this, you know, but you know, of course, the first Black president went over there to say, you know, they had the greatest atrocity or whatever, blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? Now, I do think it happened, you know what I'm saying? Because just looking at their actions, I can see why, you know what I'm saying, somebody would want to throw them in the oven. Even their own people would want to throw them in the oven. I can get it, you know what I'm saying? Now, I don't know, because we have our own issues to worry about, like our freedom to have a religious choice, you know what I'm saying? Because you know what, you like your freedom of speech, you come with freedom of, you know, whatever. But your freedom of religion is actually, you know what I'm saying, supposed to be protected if you were said citizen, of course. But your freedom of religion is supposed to be protected.
And you know, you think about Kanye and you think about, or Ye, and you think about Kyrie, and you think about their reach. They have more followers than there are Jews in the world. We are 2% of the population of the United States. And
now, see, that's where she's wrong, because Kyrie Irving considers himself that, you know what I'm saying? And he would consider a lot more of us that, you know what I'm saying? Now, see, if I was religious, I would be like, what about the other, you know what I'm saying, tribes or whatever it may be, you know what I'm saying? Because according to that, because I don't even believe their doctrine, and, you know, they dress up in their costumes and stuff like that, but, you know.
And we're 0.2% of the population in the entire world. So when you are sending a link about a movie that denies the Holocaust, you know, it's not really a careful or thought out thing to do, especially when.
Well, see, this is why Trump was like, the American Jews is the sellouts, you know what I'm saying? And you know, they sold out back Israel, you know what I'm saying? This is what Trump said, you know. I know they ain't gonna have no smoke for him. I'm just saying, I can see why he said that.
There's so few of us. And, you know, I would never send I mean, I don't have that many followers, but maybe after today, but, you know, I would never ever send a link denying that slavery ever happened.
Well, that's
you know?
the point.
But the problem is, you will deny your role and your participation and call it anti-Semitic for us to say that. Man, you see, that's what I'm talking about, right? You know, and the difference is, we don't have no participation. Oh, Black people fought to help you get out of those ovens, and this the thanks we get, of course. But we've helped the fight to get you out of those ovens. But when it was the other way around, you fought to keep your business going, to profit off of our destruction, which you continue to do today.
I feel like, Judy, that's the distinction that Dave Chappelle, who is so charismatic. I mean, I will watch him read the telephone book. He's so charismatic. He has such a winning, I think, delivery at all times. However, he is being a little disingenuous there, because nobody is blaming Black Americans for the Holocaust, but they are blaming Black athletes and Black artists for perpetuating anti-Semitic tropes. That's what they were blaming them for. So he fudged that a little.
He fudged that a little bit. Well, you know, they're blaming Black entertainers and athletes. Well, you know what they do with these Black entertainers and athletes? They have them play out Negro tropes and movies all day long. The slave movies that don't even be depicting the history as accurate. You know what I'm saying? The music. I mean, because if we want to talk about, you know what I'm saying, tropes and who dictates this, and, you know, of course we're going to leave out the whole blackface history and they role in that, you know what I'm saying, how a lot of them made fame, you know what I'm saying, pretending or doing the minstrel shows, you know what I'm saying. Now they got y'all on their platforms doing the minstrel shows for them. And of course they enjoy it, you know what I'm saying, when they watch us doing the minstrel shows for them, you know what I'm saying. It's just they got a problem when we talk about them. But of course they're not going to come when they know the real smoke, because all of that other BS don't work, you know what I'm saying, over here. You know what I'm saying? So they're not going to come over here and say that BS, you know what I'm saying?
So yes, that didn't make sense to me. And people go to Dave to get his perspective. And that's his perspective. And as a comedian, I believe he can say whatever he wants. You don't have to agree with it. You don't have to laugh at it.
You think he can say anything he wants? I mean, isn't there a line?
There is a line, but you decide, the audience decides. You know, George Carlin famously said, it's the comedian's job to cross.
I think he can say whatever he wants other than something that offends me, right? Something about my people. Now, if he want to talk about that anti-black stuff, that's not crossing the line. Anybody can do that. You know what I'm saying? We make fortune off of that every year. You know what I'm saying? And we've done that for centuries. You know what I'm saying? But where we draw the line at is him saying there are a lot of Jews in Hollywood. I'm not saying they own anything. There's a lot of black people in Ferguson, and they don't own anything. You know why? Because, yeah, whatever. See, that's crossing the line. You know what I'm saying? Not why Ferguson. He mentioned Ferguson in the first place, or black people having no power to institute anything, or black people not only not having nothing to do with this white on white crime that happened. You know what I'm saying? And if you want to be real, you can kind of argue Jew on Jew crime that happened, Jewish on Jewish crime that happened. But you can find people, black people, signing up to fight for them. You know what I'm saying? But then they'll turn around and accuse you of doing whatever for calling them out for their roles and their anti-blackness. You know what I'm saying? And try to say you're racist.
The line, find it, cross it, and make the audience glad that you did. And you think about other comedians who've been jailed. Lenny Bruce, a Jew who was jailed, and they got him on cursing, but it was really that he was talking about.
Okay, Bobby. Hey, look, hold on, I'm gonna stop real quick. Hey, Bobby, I'm gonna make you a moderator. Yo, what up, Bakari? You there, Bakari?
What's up, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, man. I just wanted to say when you said they was going to blackball Jaylen Brown. Well, actually, he can't get blackballed because white people gonna make the decision. He gonna be whiteballed. We got to stop you. That's something I say we just got to stop saying too, because we ain't blackballing no damn body.
Yeah, I ain't say that. I ain't say that
black-
though. I don't know if he gonna get blackballed or not, or whiteballed or not.
No, but I'm saying, but he can't get blackballed. He can get whiteballed. That's who gonna ball. That's who gonna say he can't be there no more. It's the white folk. Like they did Mahmoud Abdul Rauf. He can get white ball. Like they did the guy that played with the Chicago Bulls. Just don't nobody want him on the team no more, but he's one of the best 3-point shooters in the league. Craig Hodges. Yeah, they whiteballed him. I don't, you know, that's just me. I just never used that term. I just never used blackball because I'm like, black folks ain't doing that shit. We happy they standing up. Them white folks doing that ish. So they gonna whiteball him. But I doubt it.
Yeah. What up, Hardcore? What up, and Kige Ross? Yeah, hey, Bobby, I'm not on my right page, so I'm gonna make you a moderator later, but just don't block nobody except for stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, go ahead, Bakari.
No, that's all I was saying. You know, I hear people say blackball, but yeah, Craig Hodges, yeah, they get whiteballed, man. They get whiteballed.
What up?
It's the white folks blocking them.
Okay, yeah. What up, Hardcore?
Hey, what up, Forecast Bakari?
What's going on, man? that white Jew girl gonna be over here. You need to watch how you talk.
Shit, I wasn't watching.
Nah, she ain't coming over here. Yeah, she ain't coming over here. She
I did tell her to go on Bamani's page though.
Who's Bamani?
That's that Jamaican guy in the last video I put up.
Oh, okay.
I love to hear that.
Oh, okay, yeah, I know Bamani. He be doing the trips to Africa.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you talking about.
All right. Yeah. So what you wanted to say about what we was showing?
Yeah, I like that. I like that Jaylen Brown spoke up. You know, my man's been a quiet guy in the NBA, so to speak. So, you know, it goes to show he had a lot on his mind. But And the loudmouths, the people like LeBron James and all them, they don't want to step up because they know who pays the bills. I was listening to the radio today, and that Rosenberg, I forgot his first name, that's on the radio, Hot 97, that guy.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
So he moonlights. I don't know how I still don't know how he's able to work at 2 different stations, unlike most people. So he's on ESPN radio and he's on Hot 97. So I was listening to the ESPN, and he said, I said, damn, they're still on this? I said, damn, I thought this should have been out of here by now. So I was listening to him, and he said some interesting things that caught my ear. He said, NBA players are entertainers without any power to do anything. That's what he called them. And he's really talking about black people. Then he said, people with power say anti-Semitic stuff and no one says anything, but he didn't name any names. So he tries to act like he's the conciliatory Jew who will say, I'm offended by something that Kyrie Irving didn't say, but then at the same time, he tries to act like he's siding with us, but he's only doing that because he's on a Hot 97, which is a so-called hip-hop station, R&B and hip-hop station. I don't even think they play any R&B anymore. And so he doesn't want to offend the black people on that side. He was just on that Lord Jamar show. So I didn't watch it from the beginning. I got to watch it from the beginning and see what else he said. But from what I did catch, he was talking out of both sides of his mouth, as they usually do. And, he's basically saying that these NBA players, these black guys, they're just players. Matter of fact, that's what he also said. They're just players and entertainers. They don't have any power. See, on the one hand, to somebody who doesn't know any better, that could sound like Kyrie Irving just did a little something, but he can't make something happen. But it can also sound like these are just highly paid Negroes. They don't have any power. They think they have power, but we have all the power. And that is true. They do have all the power because they own all the money. And then the host of the show, Michael Kay, last week, this guy was giving Kyrie Irving hell. He was saying that Kyrie Irving, everything he said is reprehensible. He shouldn't have a job. He was kissing the small hats behinds because they pay his bills. They pay his salary. I don't even know how much he gets paid, but I know he must get paid quite a bit. And he even said he goes to a particular Trader Joe's that I sometimes frequent. I can't say I ever ran into him, but now I'd like to run into him. But, he might get paranoid if I confronted him on some things. But this guy today said, oh, well, Kyrie Irving never said anything. He should be allowed to play in the NBA again. He should, they shouldn't ruin his career. I'm like, man, last week you were giving the man hell, not 1 inch to breathe. Now you care for the guy? I said, these people are so damn phony. Michael Kay is not a small hat, by the way. But these people are so damn funny. And then you said something earlier about blacks speaking Semitic languages or quoting Kyrie Irving or something like that. And, blacks do speak Semitic languages as their native tongues, some of them. And these small hats, they don't speak any Semitic language as their native tongue. They learn languages just like a converted Muslim learns Arabic. What makes them any different? I'm done.
Yeah, it doesn't make them any different. That's why the people that say anti-Semitic is the most anti-Semitic, you know what I'm saying? And they are saying that you was the slaves, and you know why they right? Because ain't nobody but Jaylen Brown have said anything, and they're not gonna stop playing. People not gonna stop watching. So you are what? You are just Negroes, you know what I'm saying, slaves or whatever. And they do have power though, you know what I'm saying? Now they could be like, yo, we're not playing until Kyrie Irving come back. Or I would take it to the extreme, but they can just say until Kyrie Irving come back. They could say that, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they could, but damn well. They like, man, I just bought me this new Bentley and my girl Bentley. Even though what they get paid in the NBA is more than enough to pay for everything in full and not miss it. But you know how it goes. Just like what they did with or didn't do with Donald Sterling.
Right, and that's the thing. So they can come out and say, y'all as Negroes, you ain't doing enough. You got more work to do, because we ain't gonna do nothing about it. They know that, you know what I'm saying? So they could be shyster because they still want to get your money, because you're not gonna stop listening to I'm not saying you, but I'm saying we not gonna stop listening to watching the NBA or listening to their stations or put our dollars in the correct place. You know what I'm saying? So why would they care? You know what I'm saying? You're going to still consume with them.
Right. But they own everything, so it's hard not to. And see, even that the Nets owner, so they always got to let an Asian own a team. But even that Nets owner said that Kyrie Irving was unfit to be a Net. Now all of a sudden he has to go through, I think, 6 tasks. And from what I heard them say on the radio station, I guess he didn't go through them, and they even called them impossible. But what's that guy, Bomani, that's on ESPN? He came up on there, and he said the tasks weren't hard enough for Kyrie. And I saw somebody on a YouTube channel accuse him of being, no, it was, matter of fact, it was that, what's that fat guy, Whitlock? He said, Bomani Jones is one of those coons, people who got a coon on ESPN for that check. And after I heard that, I said, damn, Jason Whitlock, I think my man might be right on that. Because my man was cooning.
Yeah. And I'm gonna pass it to Bakari, but let me tell you this, you know what I'm saying? Like him, Candace Owens, they can stand up because certain things align with the right wing white boys, you know what I'm saying? Don't think that Jason Whitlock is somehow changed or different. It's just certain talking points align with their talking points, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
But
why you don't like Fatlock, man? Man, all of them get on there and cool, man. That check. Look, man, I'm gonna say it like this. Just look at YouTube and look how these people act. You call it a minstrel show. I've been calling them a minstrel show. Just look how people act, talk about black people. Look what we do on YouTube for a couple of what they call them, Google AdSense or whatever the hell. Look how they'll talk just to get that check. So just imagine some of these same folks that calling somebody a coon right now. Just imagine if they was getting an $5 million a month. Just shit. They would be, and that's what it is, man. And it's been proven we easily sell ourselves for white people dollars. White people money is greener than other money. Or white people you can get more money by entertaining white people. So therefore, most of these cats they're talking, even when Okunla, what you just said, he said about Bomani Jones, right? And I agree. Yeah, I used to think different of Bomani Jones until I was watching in something and the way he was kissing some, trying to act like he's debating, but in actuality he really wasn't. And I find that and play it, but he I believe that they'll do anything for that. They will do anything for that money. And what they can't do is they truly can't speak up on anything black issues. What made, but everything black people was going through over here in this country with the killings and everything, they started talking about this guy was some type of revolutionary because he went and showed up on ESPN one day with a shirt defending
they had the Caucasian shirt.
Yeah, something like that, and about the Cleveland Indians or whatever. And I'm like, man, for me, I get shit, that ain't my fight. But you up here talking that black shit, but you ain't got nothing about black. Everything you talking, you defending other people. And that is something black folks gonna have to get off. We can't defend ourselves without trying to include other people in our fight, people who's not even thinking about you. So these cats, as long as they getting them checks, look at Shaq Big Coon ass. Look at Mobutu. Look at Kendrick Perkins. Man, the list go on and on.
Kendrick Perkins coon?
Yeah, he was.
Kendrick Perkins said this was last year when Kyrie Irving, or whenever he didn't want to take the vaccine, right? Kendrick Perkins got on ESPN and said if you put Kyrie Irving brain inside of a bird's head, that bird will fly backwards.
Damn, and that's coming from him, huh?
Yeah, coming from Kendrick Perkins. Yeah, that's what yeah. That's what he set up there and said. He damn sure did. So them cats, man, if they getting that check, you saw that Jew woman being a Jew was more important than being a comedian.
Yeah, I ain't finished with it. I just want to play the end of that. I ain't gonna front that kind of low key, kind of pissed me off, but you know.
What?
That Jew bitch.
Because she said being a Jew is more important.
No, yeah, but I'm just saying, like, this. She was just being a straight hypocrite. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I seen her before. I don't know her name though.
This is Judy Gold. She be on like them white people comedy talk shows and stuff like that.
If you call it comedy, you know.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, go ahead.
But this is my thing, right? Like, I bet you she can get on there and crack jokes and say stuff by black folks, and Dave Chappelle them just kill themselves laughing. You know, he's another one that I truly don't trust. That's just me. I ain't telling nobody to be like me. And I bet you that they would just get on there and they'll laugh. Ha 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 ha. Chris Rock sitting up there, he was letting the white comedians, it's okay for them to say the N-word while they cracking jokes. But see, we do that, but it's not okay for black folks to even say the word Jew. You understand what I'm saying? You can say, you got him all Scott right. You can't say Jew. Once they find out, once they realize you're saying small hats to say something about them, they're going to get mad because you say small hats. See, they ain't worried about me. I ain't going to ever get an algorithm. So I say what the hell I want to say. And even if they had a problem with it, I still say whatever the hell I want to say. You know,
even if you're getting big checks.
I say what the hell I want to say. I'm not for sale.
Because you know this Stephen Smith, I think he gets $9 million a year. When Jason Whitlock was with ESPN or Fox rather, which is still the same type of setup, he was getting $750,000 a year. He wanted more, and then they didn't renew the contract. So you know, even the lower end of the checks, that's what you call life-changing money, and people don't want to let that go.
Right.
Yeah, I know. I agree, and that's why black folks are willing to sell black folks out. That's why some and it's just me, man. So I ain't gonna get into that because I know how people love Dave Chappelle, and I ain't gonna get into that. But just listen to some of his comedy and some of the things he's saying. I know the Jews going at him right now. But it's okay to disrespect black folk. He have no respect for black folk. But when his Asian wife told him, and it's coming from him, when his Asian wife told him that Asians don't like them slant-eyed jokes, he made her a promise. So he said he'll never crack any more jokes about Asians. But he ain't got a problem with sitting there calling black folks the N-word though. But hey, who am I? That's just my take on it.
Yeah, and we're gonna go on because we got to get to there's one more thing, and it got to do with the Asians and East Indians who call themselves Asians, I guess, you know what I'm saying. But Bakari, I was mentioning the brother earlier because y'all was talking about money, and I showed the brother earlier with the financial literacy. You said something though about the brother though, you know what I'm saying. You wanted to say something about it?
Well, I don't really know. My nephew knew him. He had told me about him, and I just couldn't do the interview at the time that they could do the interview. So I just reached back out to my nephew. He had gave me some information and everything about him. Oh, this has been a few months back. Oh, he was telling me about what they were doing. Yeah. But you know, when I got that dump truck, man, I'm gonna be honest, man. I in that dump truck, I be forgetting a lot. I be concerned about getting up, going in the morning and drive that dump truck. Sometimes I be feeling old, like damn, I forgot that.
Yeah, I feel you on that. All right, so we're gonna go to. I want to finish this, John, so we can go to the next one. All right.
Segregation and the Vietnam War and things, cursing, but it was really that he was talking about segregation and the Vietnam War and things the government didn't truth.
You're talking about that white dude, George Carlin. I never really liked the dude, you know what I'm saying? But black people love him too, apparently. The new John Brown.
Oh, I thought that was the white woman. Oh no, she ain't the new John Brown. She the Malcolm X. There was some black people calling her Malcolm X.
Oh, Jane Elliott.
Yeah.
Yeah, black people love that lady just because they love it whenever somebody white says what somebody black has been saying, you know.
For 100 years.
Yeah.
Man is racist. Oh, that white woman just said it's racism. You stupid man.
Then
But
they
that's
love it,
exactly
love
what
it to
happened
death.
though. My bad, forecast. Go ahead.
No, you're all right. You're all right.
Speak truth to power. That's the greatest comedy of all, you know. And I think
Now she's the one that said, you know, saying comedy when comics are attacked or something like that. Wrote a book about it. When comics attack, we all attack. And so here she is now going at this brother.
has to be based in the truth. But this is Dave's perspective, and people look up to him, and he really is a really nice guy. I don't, you know, some of the stuff did make me feel uncomfortable.
We were talking during the break about the tweet from Jonathan Greenblatt, the head of the Anti-Defamation League, where he tweeted, I'll read just a line here, why are Jewish sensitivities denied or diminished at almost every turn? We talk a lot about these issues, as we should.
Right.
But do you see that Jewish sensitivities are denied or diminished at every turn?
I don't think at every turn. I think he's being specific about comedy and laughing at something that is not really based in reality or the truth. So yeah, I hear people always, oh yeah, I saw the movie.
You mean like the blackface stuff Jews used to do all the time, you know what I'm saying, for quote unquote comedy? Is that what you're talking about? I doubt
Oh
it.
yeah, oh she had to give her kid away. It was sad. But then there's so many people. I mean, the Holocaust ended 17 years before I was born. That's not a long time ago, and yet people know nothing. It's not taught in schools.
It's a long time ago when it ended.
Yeah, because she like 60 or something like that. I don't know how old she is, but she old as hell.
When things are not taught in schools,
Yeah.
like, you know, Tulsa, Oklahoma. I wish that someone had taught me that when I was growing up. You know, it's about basing all your comedy in truth and doing your due diligence and realizing, you know, Dave, he's funny, he's a great guy, but he's got a lot of ears, and you know.
Like, did he miss the mark here?
I think he missed it a little bit at the end, you know. But I laughed at a lot of it.
Yeah,
you know?
right, yeah, whatever. So y'all got anything to say about this shyster bitch right here?
Yeah, you know, it's funny. You can always argue with these peoples by pointing to Hollywood and their images of non-Jews. Their subordinates in crime, the Italians. Even though the Italians have been getting paid from organized crime because they've been authorized by their bosses, these people right here. You look at how they've been portrayed in Hollywood. It's always a mobster, a gangster, a soprano. But yet the master gangsters were these small hats. Not were, still are these small hats. They were the bosses of the mafia. And I guarantee you check any Don, Godfather in any area, there's always a small hat top boss and nobody above them. They put the Italians in a bad light because they want everybody else to think the Italians are the criminals or the organized criminals, which they are. But I'm just saying, they want you to think they're the only ones, are the top dogs. And the small hats are supposed to be victims of a mysterious force that they can never name. Because I guarantee you that you never heard a small hat say, the white man is after me. You've never heard that. They never identify who's supposed to be oppressing them because all they ever do is go back to Hitler. And that's it. That one event. That's all they can ever name. And I can break it down, but I'm not going to do it here, on how that can't even be proven to have been a fact. Number one, look at the every damn where. So, I mean, goddamn, if he did something, he apparently didn't do a good job. I mean, damn.
So you're saying the Holocaust didn't exist, right?
My man want to get raw with it.
No, I'm just saying. I'll keep going with what you're saying. I'm just saying you could say that. If you could put it this way, if you could say the slave trade didn't exist, which is offensive to a lot of people, you should, and not nothing happened, then I think obviously then this shouldn't be a problem because like the YouTube allows stuff.
Not when they scared of them. What David Banner saying his son? You're a gangster with them black folk, but you scared of them crap.
Oh, I'm not. It's just that if my man's channel goes down, I don't want people to say, "See, he did it."
I don't care, bro. I'm on here talking about the Polish kike bitch that runs YouTube. I straight did a chat. I'm just saying, like I don't know if it did or did. I'll tell you this, right? So you can put it at ease. I believe it did because I could see why somebody would want to throw them in the oven. You know what I'm saying?
Damn.
Because I'm just saying, you can't see why somebody would want to do that.
You know, and it was Jews making oven baked Jews. That was Jews baking them Jews, oven baked Jews, and that was Jews making oven baked Jews.
Damn. World War II ended what? We talking 50, 60, 70, 70, damn near 80 years ago. And these people still talking about my grandmother was in the Holocaust. I lost my family member. Every one of them, they always say that. Now, how the hell do all of them lose somebody in the Holocaust, but all of these motherfuckers are here? I mean, you think about that. If your grandparent got killed in the Holocaust, how did you get here? They all dropped babies before they got rounded up? Does that make sense? Of course not. And of course, the big thing is, why would, and I'm still trying to be careful on your channel. I know you want to get raw, but
you good.
The then leader of Germany during that Holocaust, he was on a mission to take over the planet. So why would he not do the Holocaust in the beginning of the war when he looked like he was about to take over the world? Why wait to the end where the war was lost? What does he have to gain when he knows his empire is about to crumble? Nothing. Why would you even waste resources on doing that in the first place?
But wasn't he already doing that before he was like losing though?
Yeah, that's what I mean at the end. That's the main thing that they lie about that people don't realize. They omit the fact that the so-called Holocaust took place at the end of the war after Germany they didn't officially get defeated, but it was already, the writing was on the wall. So they didn't do it at the beginning, they did it at the end, supposedly. Nobody would waste resources doing that, saying, oh man, we about to get destroyed and killed ourselves. We might as well kill these people. What are you going to get out of it? Nothing. You ain't even going to see it. You do it when you got all the full power to do it. Just like when the white man would colonize, he enslaved, beat, did this. Yeah, I said that. Enslaved, beat, this, that, and the other, when he had the full power. Then when the age of communications came and he started looking bad, that's when he started relaxing a little bit, changing the strategies up. But see, if the Holocaust was meant to kill them, how come these people control every goddamn thing? How come they got the patent on Hitler? You can't talk about the man unless you talk about it the way they want you to talk about it. Why are they overprotective of the guy? Keep in mind, these people were not the only people. There were over 52 million people killed during World War II. And Japan got nuclear bombed 2 times. But every time you talk about World War II, it's these people. They say, oh man, the whole war was about us. Really? You tell Japan that. I mean, you tell Russia that.
Right.
That's come on.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's white on white crime. I'm like Khalid Muhammad. You know what I'm saying? He said I didn't visit it. He said he visited the Holocaust Museum and tried to separate Hitler as a act of nature, as a freak of nature. But looking at our history, it's hard to separate Hitler from there's a little bit of Hitler and a lot of white people and a whole lot of Hitler and a whole lot more. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not sure. So yeah,
that's the other thing too. Hitler was. That's another lie, because I always tell people this. Hitler, when you actually look at the facts, not get the facts presented to you in their version, Hitler was not even as bad as the people who were fighting against him. Because at the time, they had their colonies, they were white supremacists, racists, and they let Hitler invade Poland, a few other countries. Then when he started coming for them, that's when there was a problem. That's why when you got the footage of Hitler walking through Paris, that's a glorious moment in history, because he marched through the capital of, I guess it was the second largest empire, European empire, colonial empire. In North Africa, all that fighting was to take the European territories that they took, the colonies that they had. See, they don't talk about that part. And if you talk about that part, they say, oh, you down with him. Well, you can't be down with an opinion, your own opinion. You got to have their view on the matter. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to force their version, revised history onto other people.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you're supposed to do, though. But yo, Bakari, you want to say something?
Man, you know what? I'm gonna say it like this, man. Them Jews over there in Germany, you can say it happened. About 44 Jews got put in them ovens over there. About 44. But it was Jews, because they like to tell black folks, black people did it to black people. No. You can't let them get away with that. And when you study that so-called their Holocaust, and even if it was their, let's say the Holocaust happened, I ain't gonna take it away. It happened. And it was Jews that was putting them in the oven. Study. It was Jews that was volunteering to put other Jews in the oven. But they quick to tell you how they didn't do nothing. Even with the KKK, right? Look up at KKK. Look and see who was funding, one of the people that was funding the KKK. Some of their biggest donors were Jews. So they were willing to donate to some people, some more crazy ass white folks, who gonna walk around and say they want to kill not just the black folk, but they want to kill the Jews too. They willing to donate them money to help them build a damn criminal organization, then say don't nobody like Jews. But y'all donating, helping set up the KKK, because y'all didn't give a damn. Y'all was willing, if y'all had the opportunity, if they had the opportunity, they would have been putting Jews in the oven over here. But they didn't have the opportunity to put the Jews in the oven over here. Since they didn't have that opportunity, you know what? Let's just go ahead and pay these people that's called KKK and let them get out there and do it. And they're gonna go more at the black folks than us. But we gonna finance it. Man, the Jews then, every time you say Jew, people scared to say Jew. What they was calling them? The secret people. Some shit you can't even say. You're scared to say Jew because they gonna get mad. Who gives a damn about them getting mad? Them motherfuckers financed the damn slave trade. They built the damn ships. They insured. They did all that shit.
It stole our identity.
And now
it stole our identity.
Man, get away from me. And then you got black people scared to sit there and say Jew. But these bastards can do whatever the hell they want to do. And black people will sit on here and call one another the N-word. Black men and black women will fight one another. You have black women talk about abort black male babies, but then you're scared to say something. Jew. If you say the word Jew. Oh, well, Jew. Kike. Scheisse. What the hell was Shorts? What the hell they want me to say? Because I'm going to be honest, I done got sick of it, man. And I done got sick of cowardly ass black people who got all this smoke for black people, but scared to say the fucking word Jew.
You know what? That would include your man, Pan-Africanism Strikes Back, because he damn sure put on the Superman cape for him and blame black people for everything in this typical diatribe. And a lot of these red, black, and green guys, that's what they did. Black Authority, putting on the Superman outfit, coming to the rescue of the small hats. They don't need you to speak up. They could defend themselves.
Black Authority have nothing to do with red, black, and green, but we ain't talking about them. I already know that. So I'm talking about all the black folks that's scared, but Black Authority ain't got nothing to do with red, black, and green. That ain't his thing.
Well, you still putting on the Superman outfit though.
For the Jews, and a whole lot of them gonna put it on it because they scared. They getting their check. These Google AdSense check must be pretty big.
Oh yeah, I remember when I was getting them, they were pretty big. So I know people who got more views than I had back when I was really popping. I know it has got to be good.
All right. Well, I'll say this, you know what I'm saying? Because speaking of Dave Chappelle and his stand-up thing, he said, Kanye West said something about the shysters, and even Adidas dropped them, and they was a Nazi organization, you know what I'm saying? So that's just how it is. But I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna skip this. I was gonna play this, right? The real reason Kyrie, and you brought up your boy Whitlock, you know what I'm saying? But like I said, he's not moving from his position. Like they're still lined up with the white wing kind of racist white boys, you know what I'm saying? And this dude is ironic that he's a Asian dude, you know what I'm saying? Because we're gonna go to that next. But they're saying that he was mad over the jab, and that's the real reason. But we're gonna have to skip that because we took too long. So, all right, yo. So y'all been aware of what's happened with the Asians and the and what's going on with affirmative action. And I understand how we feel about affirmative action and stuff like this, but let me just play some of this, you know what I'm saying?
Word Asian does not appear one time in your brief. Yet Asian Americans have been subjected to de jure segregation. They have been subjected to many forms of mistreatment and discrimination.
2 points. One is that discrimination against Asian Americans is wrong. It's bad. We do not condone it at all. But two, our brief actually reflects the record in this case. There were no claims developed by petitioner involving the mistreatment or maltreatment of Asian American students.
Really? That's interesting. In a tense marathon oral argument that lasted almost 5 hours on Monday, Supreme Court justices heard arguments in a case that could fundamentally change the college admissions process, but also racial preferences generally in a whole host of aspects of American life. Joining us now for reaction to the historic case, we welcome back to the show the president of Color Us United, author of An Inconvenient Minority, and host of the Inconvenient Minority podcast, Kenny Xu. Kenny, great to see you again. I am sure that you were glued to this. I really want to get your reaction to the sound clip that you just heard, and that was between Justice Samuel Alito and the lawyers for Harvard, who basically said there's really no harm that's been done here.
Well, Justice Alito was correct. In UNC's brief on why they support discrimination against Asians, they used the word Asian once. They used the word black 6 times. They used the word Hispanic 5 times. They even used the word white more times than they ever used the word Asian. And that's because Asians are an inconvenient minority to the left, to the left's plan of racial balancing, because Asians show that minorities can achieve in this country, minorities who come from nothing.
Now, they was just Democrat like a couple years ago when they was on that Stop Asian Hate bill stuff, you know what I'm saying, speaking against the quote unquote right. But, this just like, like everybody else, they're like, of course, they're not our friends. And now, of course, guess who they're blaming affirmative action on? Just like and we all know who it benefits the most. It benefits white bitches the most. And they would not be in colleges if it was not for that, you know what I'm saying? And number two, the reason why they are facing a lot of trouble is because they fail, you know what I'm saying, personality tests, because they really have no personality. A lot of their culture is washed down Black culture, and it's just like screwed up in a different kind of human way, you know what I'm saying, a different kind of species way. And, you know what I'm saying, they fail these personality tests. So they're really asking for affirmative action with their personality tests. Like they're saying they're coming out as robots, you know what I'm saying? And we already know like their practices, but they're blaming it on Black people, even though, of course, Black people, especially Black men, if you want to talk about who benefits from any program, Black men does not benefit from affirmative action, or I would say the least, you know what I'm saying? Especially less than them, but.
Who have no social connections, but with hard work and study, 100 points higher on the SAT to get into UNC, and whites have to get 150 points higher on the SAT to get into UNC as well.
Yeah.
To me, that seems like discrimination. So I feel like the Supreme Court is going to rule with us, and that we are going to win on this case.
Kenny, Justice Clarence Thomas dismissed an argument from one of the lawyers defending race-based preferences as well. Take a listen to this.
I've heard the word diversity quite a few times, and I don't have a clue what it means.
Now, this Negro, who was the only black dude for a very long time, and a thing full of white people, and it was exclusively white dudes, you know what I'm saying, doesn't have a clue what diversity means. And this is your black justice, you know what I'm saying? So there's no racism because this is your black, Supreme Court justice here.
It seems to mean everything for everyone.
Been struggling to understand how race is actually factoring into the admissions process here, and whether there's any actual redressable injury that arises.
Yeah, and the second was new Justice Ketanji Jackson Brown, also parroting what the left has said for a long time.
In Harvard's case, every time we talk about discrimination against Asians, they use the word diversity. We need diversity in our admissions process. When you use that word enough, it begins to sound like discrimination against Asians. That's what the word diversity means in this context. It means we need to ask Asians to go to higher standards than other races so that we could achieve a diverse student body. And, the evidence supports this.
Yeah.
If Asians were discriminated, they would be 43% of the university. Instead, they're 20%. Go ahead.
And I want to, Kenny, I want to bring in some of the statistics here. There's research done by a Duke University professor and an affirmative action expert that shows that, quote, an Asian American male with a 25% chance of admission would see his odds increase to 36% chance. He's talking about Harvard. If he were white, and an astounding 95% chance if he were black. Real quick.
Now they're saying without affirmative action that they would have 95% more black people in colleges, which is like literally the opposite of why because we already know what happened. But that's a whole nother thing, because I think integration was a move by them, not necessarily us. And that goes back to the NAACP, and guess who was behind that? You know what I'm saying? Like, shysters, And that's why people like Ida B. Wells and even W.E. Du Bois had their issues with NAACP, even though they try to act like they was the founders. But it's the reason why only shysters were in charge at the time, But
quick, how do you see the justice?
I'm going to stop it right there. If y'all want to say something about this.
Yeah, man, these people are something else, man. And I wish that they would, when they argue and present their cases, I wish they would present it without mentioning black people, if possible. Present your case and only deal with you guys. And I'm sure this guy right here, when he's talking about Asians, I'm sure he's talking about his Mongol-style Asian. I think you're going to play a clip about that Asra lady. Is that what you're going to play soon? Because if not, she's an East Indian, and when she says Asians, she's talking about her kind. So these Mongol and these black Asians, she called herself brown, they are competing with each other. These guys are the top dogs, the Mongol Asians, but the East Indians are doing what they're doing. But they all want to use us to accomplish their goals. And that's why when black people engage with these people, you got to tell them to shut up. Don't mention us. Don't deal with us. You present your case to the white man on your own merits. And if you got some kind of discrimination, you better argue about some racial discrimination, because discriminating against because you're too good and you would dominate college. That's not, well, technically it's discrimination, but it's really not keeping you from doing anything. And on top of that, you're coming from other countries. So you should be happy that they're not discriminated against you like they did us. Now you flip it. Go to China, go to India, and let's see what the real discrimination is like when other people try to go to their countries and do something. I'm done.
Yeah, that's a good point. Try to go to their country and see how they feel. And shouts out to you, Erica. What up? And salute my brother Rashid Holmes. Buwana, shouts out to you. Y'all said a lot of stuff, but go ahead, Bakari.
Yeah, I mean, that's the model minority. That's what they have been told. And, you find black people say we should be like the Asians. So, Asians, what they say, they'll dominate college. They feel they'll dominate college. Maybe they feel they may fuck the Asians. That's how I see it. But I know people got a problem, gonna have a problem with me saying that because we got to talk negative. We got to talk about black folk, and I don't want to talk negative about black folk all the time. But I know, but I know it's hard for us to get off of talking about us. So fuck the Asians, man. That's how I see it. Fuck Young.
Yeah, hurry up and buy it. All right,
Yeah.
all right, so yeah, so of course they're not gonna go at white people or whatever. Of course they're not. But damn, I hope this don't come back up. All right, so look, this is a East Indian bitch, you know what I'm saying, who identifies as an Asian, you know what I'm saying, but her dad is like straight from like East India for real, like, and she act like she's against white people and all of this stuff, but she's like really a MAGA person, So she said, sincere question, right? And this is about the the law right there, going to school. If black anti-racist activists want to dismantle white supremacy, why have they put in their crosshairs against Asian Americans who also seek civil rights and equal rights under the law? So she's talking about, why don't black people support them in their efforts to overturn affirmative action and a lot of these civil rights things, you know what I'm saying? Now this is the same East Indian bitch, and I know she's not black, all right? I could tell you she ain't black, you know what I'm saying?
She ain't black, and she is not black.
And her dad
she
ain't
did
black.
she called herself brown though.
It don't make a difference what she call herself. She's black.
But I'm saying, these type of East Indians, they're not on the same accord as others though. So she's bullshitting people when she talks that talk.
She says she Asian. So East Indians don't call themselves Asians?
Well, I heard that debate she had with that Marcel Dixon.
I didn't even want to bring it up because I know whose side. I'm scared y'all take the other side for real,
No, I didn't like the way she came off. But black people, when you
she's absolutely Asian.
But she said she said she was brown, and she wouldn't call herself brown. She was just doing that to play head games with the black people. When black people debate these others, you gotta understand, because I heard a lot of the black people going off for her. Black people have a habit of coming with emotion and anger and thinking that if you get loud and over talk people, you win. You can't do it that way. The best way, I've been trying to tell people, the best way you bust these people up is to expose their lies and hypocrisy and tell them about themselves. But you got to know who you're dealing with and why they say what they say. Some of them on that debate, they were aware, but they didn't know how to combat it. I'll let you go.
Yo, and I'll say this though, like, yo, with that hook nose girl that came on your joint, bro, like, all you had to do was say was like, because she was like, I listen to you because I like you when you go in on such and such, you know what I'm saying? But then she turned around and said, oh, all you talk about is this, and this. That's how you she was like lying, like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, no doubt about that. That's why, bullshit flattery. I already know when people blowing smoke up my ass, so
yeah. And also, she wasn't breaking off none of that reparation money she was getting, so I don't believe nothing she say until she do that, But Bakar, you was finished though? All right,
yeah. Go ahead to the next one.
Yeah. All right. So anyway, I ain't gonna show this, but this same chick, you know what I'm saying? This is her being on some critical race theory, is the new racism in America, except for when it comes to quote unquote Asian discrimination, you know what I'm saying? So we see how it is with the shysters is only racist when black people do something, you know what I'm saying? It's reverse racism against the Asians, against the shysters, you know what I'm saying? And she's like a MAGA chick who is actually against integration. I mean, not integration. I mean, immigration, you know what I'm saying? So it's weird, how they be switching their alliances and how they lie is just so like crazy. And this is an East Indian chick who we know is not whatever. But I want to play these things from these Asian dudes.
To attain certain status among the white world, more or less. Whereas we didn't have anything gained in the black world because they didn't have nothing for us to step into. Well, you know, we didn't march. Is that what you mean? Why didn't we get out and march? And well, I guess the best answer is that I'm a coward. No, I don't know why. It's the whites that was discriminated against other races. And so when they had the civil rights movement, of course, there's the Chinese made the progress made with the Chinese against the white rather than the Chinese and the black. But there certainly was a big step for the Chinese, especially in the Delta. One of the things is that in public school, it opened the doors where the Chinese could go to public school.
And so you're telling me they couldn't even go to public schools, and here they talking about affirmative action and all this stuff, and it's black people's fault they can't get in school. So let's listen to this other chink.
More openly, most Orientals feel more openly hostile to Negroes than most other Americans.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Part of it's a certain dislike for the civil rights movement, because there's people that have worked with the civil rights are saying, the government, you know, give us training, give us this and that, and so we can become like you. And the Orientals take a great deal of pride saying, you know, we had San Francisco and we had riots too, but we made it on our own. Now, why the hell are you taxing us and using our tax money to raise you up when we could do it ourselves?
Ain't that a bit?
The reaction against Negroes is very, very strong.
Why are you sitting here crying about the very law that got you in here, that black people, we got friends, we love everybody here? But see, like, we can go to each group and say, yo, they are the worst, they are the most, they are the this, they are the that. You know what I'm saying? The truth is, every group you can name, and you can split them up by ethnic, you can split them up by culture and all of this stuff. And you can even throw in black groups into that. You know what I'm saying? We are attacked and hated most by everybody. It's just unfortunate for us, because until we have enough people at a critical mass to actually protect ourselves and to like work together to do things, to build stuff, you know, even work together in our own communities, because like a lot of that stuff be excuses. But then we turn around and say, these people are our friends, you invited to the cookout, but they're gonna say, no, you are racist from keeping me from doing my thing. Because black people are so stupid, it's keeping Asians out of going to Harvard. You know what I'm saying? And without affirmative action, black attendance at Harvard will go up 95%. What the? All right, so y'all want to say, because there's one more thing in Bukhari, I want you to see this last thing. But y'all want to say anything about this?
You know what? Them Asians, that's the Black Panther, the Oakland Black Panther Party. They brought them Asians that really brought them around and helped them infiltrate black stuff. Even though black people was probably already going to get their damn rat fried rice, but that's who brought them in and really brought them in. Where black people started thinking it was okay was the Oakland, California Black Panthers. They who brought them around. What's up, Rashid?
Yeah, Hardcore, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, you know, it's funny. See, Asians, I've always let people know this. They have nothing to gain from marching or trying to call out the white man for discrimination. Number one, they're not discriminated against. That's number one. Never have been. So they enjoy privileges because they like to brag. And East Indians, they make the most money. They have the biggest income of any group, including the Mongol Asians. And they all like to brag about that. And I have to keep on saying what I said when I was in college. I had a Pakistani teacher, and he was making sure to tell us about that too. And he said, we should be called white because we make more money than white people. I'm like, damn, it sounds like they're begging to be white, or at least begging to not be identified and grouped with the so-called minority. You know, just because they make more money. If it was about making more money, then goddamn, I guess a lot of black people could be white too. But this is what it's all about. That's why when you hear about them and civil rights, you never hear about them because it's not to their benefit. And that's why I say, even though I call East Indians black because they are, the ones that are, again, it's no benefit to them to be down with us because once they say, I'm black and I'm down with you, they got things to lose. Because now they know or fear that the white man can say, you know what? I ain't gonna let you people just run wild and do whatever the hell you want to do now. I can take your businesses away. Because you know how it is. They can create any kind of scheme to legally say, hey, you shouldn't be allowed to have this business or what have you. They got a lot to lose and nothing to gain by worrying about the white man's racism because they don't really face it. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, I would say this though. They gained a lot though, you know what I'm saying? And that's the problem because we allow them to play both sides of the fence where they can get the benefits of being this minority while, you know what I'm saying, like kissing up to the white dudes trying to, you know, that's why they women leave them and date white dudes now, you know what I'm saying? Because they're so busy trying to be like them, you know what I'm saying? But a lot of them do that, you know what I'm saying? Like when the Hispanic dude came on here, he talking about some, you know, we support the white dudes, the gringos that come in here, you know what I'm saying, that save us. And they do the same thing, you know, but they also benefit a lot from, because they wouldn't even be going to their schools without it, you know what I'm saying? And they sit back and they play, you know what I'm saying, the sideline. But they'll turn around and say, you know, oh, stop Asian hate. And then guess who they blame on that Asian hate? They be like, oh, black people is attacking us. So let us get a protective bill, something that people know black people have been, quote unquote, asking for, which is obviously you're not going to get it because there's only one way to stop black hate. And that's first to stop doing it yourself and then enforce laws against black anti-blackness, you know what I'm saying? But they're going to, you know, curl up and play the victim and side with the minority and play the minority role when it's stop Asian hate, you know what I'm saying? But they're also going to be like, yo, we make all this money, you know what I'm saying? We want this system because we benefit a whole lot. But they're also competing with them as well, you know what I'm saying? Because they do want to fight for land and resources, and that's everywhere, you know what I'm saying? They will buy up land here, Africa, you know what I'm saying, everywhere. And, you know, look, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna just leave it there, but you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying some of that Dino Sylvan blood coming out of them, you know what I'm saying? But yo, so the last thing I want to show you is this, you know what I'm saying? Oh man, so and I just gotta play this video. I don't mean to keep playing this sister videos, but it was a message to Bakari because this was just ironic, you know what I'm saying? All right.
A lot of black women DM me and told me to stop talking about black men. They were like, leave our black men alone. They're ours. No one is interested marrying about Filipina. Well, the good news is I'm not here to listen to them because the good news is a lot of Filipina are interested in marrying black men. That's right. So listen to me, Filipina ladies, okay? Black men are super interested marrying Filipina women, especially when you are a big Filipina. That's right.
A fat Filipino girl, probably the leastest attractive, and I gotta say leastest attractive species on the earth, you know what I'm saying? I gotta say this, you know what I'm saying? For me, Asians are the least attractive, you know what I'm saying, out there, period, you know what I'm saying? It's like hands down. And then I'm gonna just keep playing before I say something else. But.
So if you're a big girl in the Philippines and think that no one wants to marry you, or you think that no one is attracted to you, don't worry, my friend, because black men or chocolate men love big girls. Why is that? Because big girls don't cry. And as far as I know, good black men have a reputation of being romantic, seductive, caring, loving, and sweet. That's right. That's how black men are to their women. Well, obviously not all because I've seen it. So you big girls should marry black men because you know why? We must keep our reputation in the Philippines. So you're probably talking about what reputation? Well, as we all know, Philippines is number one with everything. We're number one when it comes to talent, creativity, and beauty.
Filipinos are number one in talent, creative, and beauty, bro. What? But this is they had the cookout though. So Bakari.
That's one of the reasons why you should marry a black man, only if they're good. Because you know why? We want their gene. I mean, I'm talking about basketball, strong, singing, dancing, and most of all, boxing. I mean, many Filipinas, they marry white men because they want the beauty, and look how many crowns we get from beauty pageants. However, ladies, beauty will not last forever. Talents is what we need because talents and creativity will last for a very long time. So what are you waiting for, Filipina girls, especially the big girls? Marry a chocolate man now. Well, to be honest, guys, we Filipina are the black version of Asia. We can act like a queen. At the same time, we can also think like a masculine.
What the hell? What the hell, Bakari? Is your goddamn cookout?
What does that have to do with me?
Don't you got Filipino chicks at your cookouts?
I told you I got a niece who mama is Filipino.
Speak on it.
She ain't never. I've never. We just met through. We found her through DNA. But
hey, Hardcore, you gonna have to speak on some stuff too.
But for as them being at my cookout, you're conflating two different arguments, man. That's exactly what you're doing. You're conflating arguments. I don't give a damn about Filipino. I have no idea what that. I have no idea what that had to do with me. Shit, I don't date Asian women. You should say that should be going to the men who leaving, going to the Filipinos in Thailand on vacation.
Oh yeah, absolutely, more than you. But
dealing with prostitutes, talking about what good women they got over there. That have nothing to do with me. So her whole argument, and I don't know if you know any people that's been, but if you ever meet any people that go to those places, her whole argument come from the men that go into those places on vacation looking for prostitutes.
Well, Bakari, once you ain't Filipinos the black Asians?
I said that's what they were called. I said that's what they were called by Asians.
Okay. So they come to the cookout.
That's something you talking about a homeboy, but see, in that I told you what you're doing. You're conflating two arguments, man. You're conflating two arguments.
So they're gonna be at the cookout just looking at our talents, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna peep that. He could play. He could play basketball.
Why would they be at my cookout?
Cause I'm gonna go ahead and switch it on Hardcore because he's gonna have it.
I'm just asking. No, but why would they be at my cookout though?
That's what you said.
No, see, and once again, you conflating two arguments. We was talking about a person, somebody, a friend in particular, who's a good friend of mine, and
we have no friends.
And he was and he's mixed. His dad is black, and his mom was Filipino. And what you're doing now, you're conflating two arguments, saying I said I'm going to invite them because I said my homeboy could come.
But I said, can his mama come? Y'all.
Yeah, and I said if you. Yes, and I said if my homeboy decide, yeah.
Yeah, so that chick is going. So that chick is going to be at the cookout.
But what does that have to do with her?
She gonna be at the cookout. That's what I'm saying.
You're conflating two arguments, man.
Okay, Bakari.
But she won't be at my cookout. Okay. She gonna be at somebody cookout because she just said black men like the fat Filipino women. But her whole, like I said, her whole argument is coming from dudes. What they've been doing the thing on YouTube. What they call them? Passport bros or some shit like that.
Yo, they need to be held more accountable than you. I would give you that 100%. You know what I'm saying? Well, you was gonna say something hardcore because I had to ask you the same thing. You know.
And I was just gonna say,
obviously-
it sounded like he said that they could be at his cookout. That's what it sounded like to me, but maybe I didn't hear it right.
But they're gonna be at your cookout too.
How's that?
Your boy already come to your cookout now.
Oh,
isn't your boy part?
He's channeling.
That's what I'm saying. Y'all is. I'm just saying. But y'all.
I mean,
Chinese
together
though.
I mean, Chinese people got afros though.
Oh, I mean, I don't know. I know some mixed ones do, but
no, he freely admits that he got a Chinese. I think it was a grandfather or something like that.
So would his grandfather be able to come to the cookout?
Well, I mean, to his cookout, yeah.
Okay, so you and Bakari's cookout is gonna have. That's what I'm trying to say. So y'all proving what I'm saying.
But I don't like what that lady said because it sounded
But
like.
but okay, what you saying? Because you ain't saying nothing. What you saying?
Those people that y'all was just talking about is gonna be at y'all cookout serving y'all hot dogs and giving y'all sodas and stuff.
So,
that's what I'm saying. The Filipino girls are gonna be at the cookout scoping y'all for y'all talent. The Chinese people gonna be, we sitting on the side, but we're gonna benefit from y'all stuff. But
so because
whatever,
because
blah, blah, blah.
because Alquan got a Chinese friend, and he's gonna invite him. He got a friend that got Chinese in him, and he invite his friend to the cookout, and his friend is with his granddad, and he bang his granddad.
You do the same thing, Bakari. You doing the same thing. Y'all together. Y'all doing the same thing together. So if we all go to the same cookout, that's at least. So we all in the same cookout. We screwed already.
So do that mean that Alquan said every Chinese person is coming to the cookout? I'm just asking. Is that what that means? Is that what you taking it as?
I'm saying taking it. No, I'm taking it as.
See what you're doing, you're conflating arguments, man.
I know.
I'll say this though: a lot more people will be having a so-called European to the cookout. Hell, matter of fact, the European would be co-running the cookout the way things are these days, and Asian would,
Yeah, that's true. I ain't denying that. It would be a lot of it is a lot of white people at people cookout. Hell, I was looking at a video earlier of black people doing some kind of ceremony thing, and it was a white dude they let come there, and he was just making fun of them. You know what I'm saying?
Damn.
Yeah. So like, we do that kind of stuff. But I mean, I'm just saying, y'all admitting that y'all will let them to the cookout. So I don't even know. But we see that the energy they got to it.
More of a courtesy thing more than a.
Oh yeah, because they're a real courtesy. So they're gonna invite you to the Chinese restaurant and give you some fried rice or something? No, they're not.
He's talking about being courteous to his friend.
I know it. We've always been so courteous, and look where it's led us. You know what I'm saying?
So now he should.
Lord have mercy, we doomed, y'all.
So he shouldn't be friends with his friend. So
you can do whatever you want to do. I'm just saying the results that has been getting.
Because what I'm just telling you is what you're doing and what you're saying right now ain't making no sense right now.
You ain't hear what that Filipino girl just said, and you want to
but you can't see what you're doing. You're saying, "Oh, he gonna invite her, or I'm gonna invite her." No, the granddaddy of his friend.
So y'all know what the granddaddy think about black people or whatever, or you know what your friend mom think about?
He obviously manufactures some.
So if you sleep with black people, that means you love them. Oh yeah, we already know that. So you're right. Oh, I forgot about that.
But that's more than sleeping. That's producing.
Oh goodness. I mean, Jesus, man. You know how many? I ain't even got to go to that, but because like, come on, man. You talk about how many people is produced from rape and stuff. Like, I'm not saying that was rape or nothing like that, but I'm saying just because you produce something, like we look at white girls all the time that be like, my baby is nappy-headed kid or whatever, and I ain't sending them to the black side of my family because they get cornrows and stuff.
Tyron is all about black. I never heard him once advocate for the.
He don't even say he black. That's what I'm saying.
No, he says.
If I ask him,
as a placeholder name. Because that's what I do too, as a placeholder name.
I get it, but don't he understand? And this is my point with that, you know what I'm saying? Like, now I can respect that you're Muskogee, right? I can respect that, you know what I'm saying? Or you're whatever you are, you know what I'm saying? But I'm not, you know what I'm saying? Now, if they get what they're supposed to get, you know what I'm saying? am I entitled to that? No. So why would I join?
No, actually, you would be.
I would be entitled to Muskogee stuff, even though I'm not Muskogee.
No, well, it'd probably be a different tribe, whatever the tribe you're related to.
Yeah, okay.
It was whatever tribe you related to. All these people related to all these tribes, they never got none of their casino money.
Only a few people get the casinos.
They don't never get none of that reparations money. They ain't get none of all that money Obama gave them.
Well, you know what? We know we'll all be family because we all invited the Chinese and the Filipinos to the cookout. So now we know that's probably where the people came from. You know what I'm saying? The native, because we didn't invited them to the cookout, and y'all still doing the same thing.
How y'all doing tonight?
What's up, bro?
Man, this is one of the few things I can like agree with you on forecast. You know what I'm saying? Like Asian women for me, like, you know, yeah, like I don't see how like, you know, black men, you know, like can be with them. Like my homeboy, like he you know what I'm saying, he one of these pro-black mulattoes or whatever. But like he don't even want no Asian woman. You know, he not even full black, but like he wouldn't even go to them. Like I was talking with him like when I first met him, like late last year, something like that. And he was like, man, them hoes be built like pencils, you know what I'm saying? And like that's how I feel. Like I can knock down like damn near any woman. I'm attracted to a lot of different races, you know what I'm saying? Like white, black, you know, my mixed and multiracial females, you know what I'm saying? They my favorite women, of course, you know. So I'm attracted to all types of women, but Asian.
Yeah, you don't agree with me. I ain't say that at all.
What happened?
I said you don't agree with me at all, then.
Nah, like I'm just speaking from like, you know, the way I see things. Like I just like, all right, here's how my brain works, you know what I'm saying? Like the only women I could be with, you know what I'm saying, on the intimate level is my own women, you know what I'm saying? But like when it comes to, you know, white women and things like that, I can appreciate them in the aspects of like, all right, that white girl looks good, you know what I'm saying? But it won't go beyond that, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm not saying that I would date them, nothing like that. But I'm just saying, like with Asians, it's like I straight up don't find them attractive because, like, for me, I need the body to be right. I need the mind to be right, all that. And of course, like they got math and everything like that. Like they highly intelligent.
That's not even true. But
Yeah, like,
I feel you though.
yeah. I'm about to stop talking in a second, but like,
nah, you go.
Okay, but now like on physical like level, I just can't do it. You know what I'm saying? When I see Jamon Hansu and Wesley Snipes and, you know, even some of my own people, like my brothers chasing these women, like talking about they fine. Like I had a homeboy who I fell out with because I just didn't agree with him marrying this Asian broad. I was looking at her, I was seeing him like being one of the only, like, you know what I'm saying, dark people at they wedding or whatever was going on. And I'm like, bro, this is like trash. Like, bro, we was friends all these years and you go and do this. And his whole explanation was like, well, you know, I still got my black genes, so they gonna be strong. And I'm thinking, okay, cool. But it's like, for me, it's like, bro, you got Ankh tatted on you. You talk about spirituality, all this deep stuff, and you were an Asian woman. Like, bro, why couldn't you at least get like a biracial chick or something like that? I would have no problem. I wouldn't have had no problem if he did that because his great grandpa was Scottish or something like that. You know what I'm saying? But like a file Asian, like straight up non-black woman, I couldn't respect that. So I just cut homeboy off. I was like, yeah, you can go over there. You know what I'm saying? But to wrap up what I gotta say, nah, I can't mess with them women. I'm respectful to every race, but dating and like let alone like being attracted to them, nah, I can't do no Asian women. Hell no, never.
Damn, Bakari Alcorn. That brother ain't even black, you know what I'm saying? And he tell you the truth.
But what does that have to do with me? He say he won't date her. What that got to do with me?
He won't have him at his cookout. He ain't got to have him at his cookout. You know what I'm saying? Just like y'all.
He said he's not black.
Yo, Brian EBK, are you black?
Nope.
Thank you.
Okay, well, damn, if he ain't black, then shit, maybe I might be Swedish then. Shit. Damn.
But his cookouts ain't infiltrated. You know what I'm saying? I could say that. Well, I ain't go. Well, at least it ain't. Never mind.
Not with Asian, but with others.
Yeah, never mind.
Okay, but his mind is. What the hell?
Nah, look, Bakari, I'm not crazy. You heard? Like, look, man.
I didn't say you were crazy. Not one time. The word I did not call you crazy. I didn't say you were crazy.
Now look, all I'm saying is, right, you know what I'm saying, that brother understands you know what I'm saying, this
wait a minute.
brother.
So you say you say somebody you can't Alquan couldn't invite if his friend brought his granddaddy over there. His friend can't come, but you just call somebody who tell you they ain't black a brother. So what's the difference?
Well, he is black.
So how is he a brother? So anybody your brother then, right? So how is he a brother?
I hate to say it, that's a good point.
So how is he a brother?
No, it's not a good point. It's a struggling point looking for because he's black. Because he's black, he just has trauma.
Brian, are you black?
He has trauma. Bro.
I ain't got no trauma. You heard? Like I got black friends. You know what I'm saying? I be rapping and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not traumatized or nothing. It's just like I go by science and everything. But you know, I ain't even go get into that because we been over that before. But
right.
This is that guy from before.
It's not like I hate y'all. It's not like I hate y'all and I love my.
It's not like he hates y'all forecast y'all. Whoever the y'all is forecast.
Now, Bakari, ask me this. Now, ask me this.
No, but wait. But I'm gonna ask. So, how is he a brother? Was the question you didn't answer? So, how is he a brother?
Oh well, because no disrespect, you know what I'm saying. The young brother, you know what I'm saying. He will learn. He suffers from mental. I'm answering you. I'm trying to answer you and be respectful to him. You know what I'm saying.
How is he?
Hey, hold on, Dwayne. Hey, what up, Dwayne? Hey, real quick, so I can answer. Bakari, and then I'm gonna let you go in. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to be respectful to him. You know what I'm saying? But you know, the young brother is, you know what I'm saying, a little bit lost. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna learn his way. You know what I'm saying?
Lost, man.
And
look, brother, I'm not lost. I don't be dealing with white women. I don't be dealing.
See, this is why I try to.
Yeah, but did you just say earlier that
you
said white women first, and then the mixed women are your preference?
Yeah, nah. Like I just said, like I be finding white girls bad. Like I be finding some of them like fire. You know, like not a lot, but like when I say I find some fire, I'm talking about like once a year. I'll see a white girl and be like, "Hey, shawty bad." You heard? You know.
And look, Bakari, all I can say is this. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying the creation is not worse than the creator. You know what I'm saying? And that's the only way I could put it.
Without him. The question that was asked.
That's why I could call him a brother, because the creation is not worse than the creator. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead, Dwayne. I'll get back to it. Go ahead, Dwayne.
No, it's cool. I missed a whole bunch because I'm in Hawaii and like Wi-Fi and all
water.
that.
I thought my man was under.
Yeah, it's probably gonna sound bad though. Yeah, nah, but
waterfall.
I missed everything after the mention of what was it? My man Brian said about what was it? Y'all got to catch me up. What y'all talking about now? I'll try to catch up.
Oh, nothing. Well, Bakari tried to make a point, but Bakari tried to make a point, but he didn't really know what he was talking about.
All I did was ask a question. I didn't try to make it. I just asked.
I gotta admit, Bakari was trying to make a good point, and I gotta admit, Forecast still didn't answer the question.
No, I am trying to answer the question, but he gonna interrupt me every time I say it. All I can say is the creation is not worse than the creator.
But how
and
is
people
that the answer?
Because we all suffer from a level of Stockholm syndrome.
No,
and I don't. Listen, I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you in a way he won't interrupt me, you know what I'm saying, or be disrespectful to him, you know what I'm saying, because Bakari know what I'm talking about here. You know
I have no idea what you're talking about. All I did was ask a simple question, and you trying to philosophize.
No, what I'm trying to tell you is he is a brother because we got Stockholm syndrome, you know what I'm saying. I don't throw away young people because, you know what I'm saying, I think they, you know what I'm saying, I think that is, you know what I'm saying, trauma, but the young brother don't think so. And I'm not a therapist, so I can't say that. But
hey, Hey, brother, like, look, I don't love white people, man. I don't love white people at all. You heard? Like, I don't
Oh,
love
he
them.
did just call you brother, so
Like, I don't love them. I'm just someone who goes by signs. Like me, people like Hassan Campbell, like PNB Rock, Ice Spice. I consider those my people. I don't consider black people like my people. I consider them cool. Like, I rock with them. But like,
but
when
Hassan Campbell calls himself black.
Yo, you dropped some names in there though, son. Like Hassan Campbell. Hold up. He a little controversial.
No. I'm just
Little
like
bit.
examples. Like you know what I'm saying? Because like
Oh.
I got more genetically in common with people like him than y'all. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know how that's possible when you don't look like
In,
that.
in what case study?
Look, PNB Rock. Like I got a sister who looked just like him. You heard? Like
yeah, but that's a sister. But what about you though? That's what we got to worry about.
yeah, I don't. But it's like we probably genetically the same. Like if
Nah,
that
we can't get
alive,
genetics. That's invisibility stuff. We can't get into that.
Just by looking at it. Is that what you're saying? Just by looking at it, like
I could tell you.
You
this,
already know.
Brian. You look blacker than me. Let's put it like that.
yeah, looks don't mean everything though, brother. You know what I'm saying? Like there's people that I know like who half Asian, you know what I'm saying, but they look straight up black. You know what I'm
True.
saying? Like if you ain't peep their hair, like how curly it is, and none like that, you would think that they black. Like there's a dude on YouTube who I'm subscribed to named Miami. And I thought he was black for the longest, but his mom is actually Filipina. Like he got a black father or whatever, and a Filipina mother, you know what I'm saying? But nah, I'm finna get out here and
Hey, before you go, let me ask you this: Is your dad black?
Nah, like that's where I get the mixture from. Like, cause his mom was biracial.
His mom was biracial.
What about your mother?
I don't know her parents. Like, I only know her mom was black, but
I was about to say, yeah, that means that she's black then.
her father, like her father, like they don't talk about him that much because he was like abusive and stuff. Like they grew.
He's definitely black then. Now let me stop.
What?
Damn. Son.
I know that one went too far, but
that had to have been sarcastic.
It was. That's all it was.
Straight, no trace of sarcasm. Like,
but all right, yeah, go ahead, Brian. Say everything you want to say before you get out of here. Then.
But like I'm not lost. You know what I'm saying? Like I love, you know what I'm saying, Raymond Washington. I love Jeff Fort, Larry Hoover, and of course the more known people.
Hold on, why do you love these guys?
Nah, because I just admire them and what they was about, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, so that kind of wicked blackness you like.
Nah, they not wicked to me. Like I agreed with what they was trying to do for their people, you know what I'm saying? Like before things got destructive, you know what I'm saying?
you got to explain that.
Nah, what
What do you mean by that?
Nah,
what things got destructive? In what sense? What things got destructive?
Well, like the Crips and the Black P Stones, you know what I'm saying? I know that they wasn't really started to have people blasting each other and nothing like that. I just respect, those men because they was trying to do something positive that turned into something destructive, you know what I'm saying? But besides them, of course, I love Malcolm X and Huey P. Newton. Those are two people I also consider my people, you know what I'm saying? In fact, they genetically the same as my father, you know what I'm saying? Like my biological father. So I definitely consider my people. But before I dip, I just want to say is I'm not lost at all. I know exactly what I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? And for my music videos, I ain't finna have no Asian bitches in them at all. You know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna have Latinas, like you know.
Yo, how old are you, partner?
A lot of those so-called Latinos come from Asians, though.
Well, not. I mean, part of them, but they. You know what I'm saying? They be multiracial and shit. Like, they be having all types of stuff going on. Like, I'm going to have racially ambiguous women. You know what I'm saying? Like,
can you, I know you keep bringing up the word genetics a lot. Can you explain why?
Nah, you know what, partner? I'm not even fit to get into that. You heard? But, to answer Dwayne, I'm 23, and I don't, you know what I'm saying? I don't feel guilty because I've done a lot for a Black community, going on for almost half a decade, and I've never gotten anything back, you know what I'm saying? Like that's positive for the most part. So I'm just gonna be out here rapping, you know what I'm saying, chilling with fine females, chilling with.
Let me ask you one more question. Let's suppose this were 1972, right? And you got a movie role. Would you be playing a black soul mother, or what kind of role would you be playing?
I can't remember. Was it Superfly or was it? Oh yeah, that movie Superfly. I'd probably be. Well, actually, not. I wouldn't want to play a role like that because I don't agree with, like, you know what I'm saying, men like using women and stuff like that. So
Say people always say Superfly is a pimp. He was not a pimp. He was a drug dealer.
Right. Yeah, he was a drug dealer. I'd play something like that. You know?
Yeah. I know you would after you just named those heroes of yours.
Jeff Ford, I like Jeff Ford too. I think Jeff Ford was a great man.
So in other words, you didn't finish, but I'm gathering that you're trying to say Ron O'Neal is Superfly. You would play him if the look, because you like the look of the Ron O'Neal, but his partner, you wouldn't want to play his partner, though, right?
Man, I don't even remember that movie, brother. Like it's so many years. It's been like 2
Yo,
or
he's
3
23. He got time.
I guess what I was trying to say is, would you be playing a black man in a 70s movie if you got a role?
I mean, that's hard to say. Like what?
And if not, what kind of man would you be playing?
like I'm gonna put it this way. I'm gonna play like I'll play someone who's like of my same genetic background, like half immigrant, like, you know what I'm saying, like and half like so-called FBA or whatever.
But you know, I mentioned a 70s movie for a reason, right? Because they ain't gonna go by no genetics. They're gonna go by your look, and you playing a soul brother.
Yeah. I don't know. Like I don't know. I probably wouldn't. I don't know, man. I probably wouldn't.
Yeah, hey Brian. All right, so look, I agree with you about the Asian chicks. Unlike Bakari and Alquan, they gonna have that. Like our cookouts ain't gonna be infiltrated. Yours is gonna be infiltrated, but mine is not. You know what I'm saying? But like, yo, just to go off what Hardcore is saying, you know, like, cause you told me this before. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you get pulled over by the police, they would see you as a black man, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's all he was like, pretty much, you know, trying to ask, you know. So, you know. So yeah, you would be considered a black man in quote unquote society, right?
Yeah, of course. And like y'all some of the only people who I'm like real with this about, like out in the real world, you know what I'm saying? And especially me being a rapper, I know how people been programmed, you know what I'm saying, to see race as only like phenotypical. So I just be telling people, like, if they ask or whatever, like I'm a black man. I don't even say like I'm mixed or like I don't really be telling the truth like that. You know what I'm saying? I essentially, like, I'm just like, yeah, I'm black and this and that, like, you know. But yeah, I don't bother. Like, to be honest, I don't, like, when I get on, I don't really be bothering like to talk about racial issues or nothing like that. I'm really gonna steer away from that. You know what I'm saying? And just talk about regular stuff. To be honest, I'm staying away from like all that deep stuff. To be honest.
Yeah.
Well, if I could interject, let me just say one thing to you, Brian, and it's plain and simple. Yo, man to man, just don't do no dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? If you're trying to get in the game, do it the right way. It's gonna be hard as fuck, but like, if your heart's in it, who knows where you can go. But once you get there and start making those steps, just watch your back. You know what I'm saying? Check your P's and Q's and all that shit, and just don't yourself personally. I don't care how much money you make, couple of G's, you know, to $1 million, whatever. Who knows where you go from here? But like, just don't do no dumb shit.
No,
you know what I'm saying, and we know what dumb shit is. We all know what dumb shit is.
No, that's
dumb. Put that message out there that uplifts and makes you a superstar, but don't do no dumb shit along the way to get there.
Nah,
you know
that's
what I'm saying.
That's a fact. You know, I've had my run in the streets, and like with a couple artists I'm working with, like in the nearby city, because I got some homies who nicer than me at this stuff. You know what I'm saying? But I'm always like trying to steer them in the right direction. Like, yo, don't get into nothing that'll land you in jail or get you killed. Just focus on the music. I'm not telling them like go and slide. That's what some people have told to me. Like, I need to take revenge and go out on my enemies, and like, nah, I'm not finna be on that. Like, if I see you know what I'm saying, someone who's against me and we gotta shoot the one, that'll be what it is. But I'm not, you know, out in the streets like looking for enemies to get back on. Like, nah, I'm focused on paper. I'll focus on becoming wealthy and staying out the way. And to be honest, Forecast, when it comes to cookouts and stuff, I don't even like being around a bunch of people. I'm really an introvert. I like staying to myself. I like being alone. So I wouldn't even have to worry about no cookouts. But like, to be honest, if I did have a so-called cookout, it would only be people I know. Because that's how some people, and I'm about to hop off in a second, but that's how some people get caught slipping. They be famous or whatever, be trying to invite, you know, people who fans of them, people they don't know from a can of paint, and then some bad ends up happening. So I never do that. I'd only invite people I truly love, you know, and who I know have my best interests at hand. But yeah, I'm finna dip out here, you heard? You know what I'm saying?
All right, yo, peace, y'all. And I agree with you about the Asian thing. And so yeah, I appreciate you coming on here.
Yep. No problem, brother.
All right. And listen, I say, you know, the cookout thing is just who you allow in your proximity and stuff like this, you know what I'm saying? It's just a metaphor, you know what I'm saying? But with him, you know, like, listen, you know, that's why I call him young brother, because he knows he ain't even gonna say that in public because people gonna laugh at him, you know what I'm saying? And he's just misguided. Now, Bakari, you can ask me would I invite every black person to the cookout. I'm not gonna jump all over on the question, you know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying, Bakari, you know. So y'all cookout is still gonna be infiltrated.
And I will ask again, how someone who tell you they are not black, how are they a brother? Now you can say he's black. You can say other people will look at him and see he's black, but he told you he's not. And I said, how is he a brother? And what you didn't do was answer the question. That's the only thing I did was ask the question.
Well, he's a young brother who we know he's black.
And I said, how is he a brother if he's not black?
I'm trying to tell you, he is black though, you know what I'm saying? Like he ain't gonna tell nobody in the streets that he ain't black. He gonna be like, yeah, I'm black, you know what I'm saying?
But he just told you on here. We ain't talking about what he told nobody else, what he just said on here.
Yeah, a lot of black people say they ain't black, Bakari, but that don't make them not.
Okay. But what you said?
When
you
I
just said
about,
you ain't gonna hop around and answer. You didn't answer the question.
What are you talking about? I said he's black, Bakari. Like he is, you know what I'm saying? Just like he has to admit that in public. If you see him, he's blacker than me, you know what I'm saying?
And every time you say something, he's down there in the back. He's not misguided. He knows who he is.
Right.
So when
that's what every young brother say though, Bakari. Like you ever talk to a 19-year-old think they know everything?
You ain't gonna answer the question. That's cool. Go ahead.
Alquan, brother, go ahead.
It depends on how he says it.
Nah,
yo, I'm black. Yo.
Nah,
no, he's got a good head on his shoulders, but the problem is he's young. He's still influential. You know what I'm saying? He can say all that. We all said all that back in the day, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, we know cats that, you know, were in the same pocket that just didn't make it. So I think the message we have to bring to, like, you know, young brothers, you know, and he is a young brother, you know, no matter who he is, you know, black, white, whatever, you know, it don't matter. He's a young brother, you know, and he's looking for something because he came on here. He's looking for some talking to, some guidance, some leadership or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So we got to offer that. But like at the end of the day, you know, it's all up to him, wherever he is. You know what I'm saying? So we just got to support that. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly. Like, yo, Bakari is just Bakari because he's just mad because he got a Filipino girl at his cookout.
Oh, wait, that's okay. So that's the reason why I chimed in. Why I called it, because, you know, I've been making a couple of comments on the chat about Hawaii because that's where I live. But yo, Hawaii is flooded with Filipinos, yo, and that's what they do. That video you showed like made me laugh so hard because like that's what they do, and to see somebody like say that shit blew my mind, son. It reminds me of like that's how it what do you call it? Dominican Republic is. You know what I'm saying? Like you go down there for a reason. It's a tourist industry to hook black men up with the local population. You know what I'm saying? But to see the Filipino side where they talking about genetics and all that shit, that blew my mind because I know that's what they're all about. They trying to come up too. You know what I'm saying? They trying to make that money.
Yeah,
and they got their ways. So trust me.
Yeah, Bakari done gave him all his talents. Then Hardcore, he tried to go to Chinatown. They would be like, "Get the hell out of here!" But he would be like, "Oh,
Okay,
well,
so
his
now watch
grandfather,
this. So watch
oh,
this.
this is one of
So-
my friends'
Okay,
grandfather."
so watch this.
So, yeah, but if you go to
explain.
Chinatown,
Wait,
they
wait,
be like,
wait,
"Get your ass out of here."
name.
Wait a minute for it. So explain how I gave them my talent. See, what I'm gonna tell you something. The dude you just called a young brother, he said he was truthful with you, right? So you should be truthful while you're on
Yeah,
here.
I
So now
appreciate
answer
that.
this question. Explain how I gave a Filipino all my talent.
Well, you just said
This
they
is
would look
another
at.
question you can't answer. Go ahead.
Well, you said because my family. I don't want to go that route.
What I
though.
said is I have a niece, I have a brother that have a daughter by a Filipino woman. We met by DNA. I say I never even met her. Then I say I have a friend who's half Filipino. And you say, can he come to your cookout? Yeah, could his mama? If his mama with him and he bring it, I invite him to the cookout. Yes,
You gonna let us scope all? You gonna let us scope all the young black talent out there?
Guess what? Guess what I just did?
Now try to go to her cookout because you're friends with her. Because you got now try to go to her cookout and see what happens.
I'm going to show you
Because
something.
she gonna come to yours, of course.
Because what I did was like,
hers.
because what I did was I answered all your questions. You still ain't answered one.
What question, Bakari? I have not answered. I just answered.
Trying to get the cookout. He trying to hear all that.
What question have I not answered, Bakari?
You haven't answered one. Did he answer the question F1?
You said about why I called him brother. I told
I
you
said,
why.
how is he a brother when he say he ain't black? You say he is black. He say he's not.
He a
So
young
do he
lost
have
brother. He a young lost brother.
Okay, so forecast. So that means the East Indians are lost too, and the Dominicans are lost too.
No, they're mixed.
He said he's mixed.
That's what he just told you. He was
That's what he
forecast.
said. But look, if I would say this though, you know what I'm saying? Because if I would say this though. Listen.
So your cookout infiltrated by people because of how they look, even when they tell you something.
No, because I said not. No, I said not all black people. I said not all black people. I didn't jump around the question. Not all black people invited to my cookout, but I would say black people. But I would say this though: if his grandfather, if both sides of his family is mixed, you need 3/4. If one is mixed, I would say right. My standards, you know what I'm saying, and y'all should agree. I hope people agree. Is like 3/4 got to be black, you know what I'm saying, and then one could be mixed, I guess, but you know what I'm saying. But that's just based off of what happened to us, you know what I'm saying.
No,
so,
I feel that. I know what you're saying.
Yeah,
it just depends on where you're at. It just depends on where you're from, where you're at. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Everybody's experience is different. You know what I'm saying? I can go from so many different regions across North America and meet different folks and have a different experience in that same situation, and it will be a total different outcome. You know what I'm saying?
And
you gotta make peace with that shit. Yeah.
Exactly.
No, my bad.
It's wild, but you gotta make peace with it though. You know what I'm saying?
But listen.
Yeah.
My bad, Dwayne. Go ahead. My bad.
No, you good. No, I'm listening intently because, it's always a good conversation.
No, but I want to tell you the difference between that young brother right there and the East Indian, because y'all be like, well, except for this, except for that. He got the hair, the face, the skin, the this, the that. You know what I'm saying? He got all of that stuff.
The filter.
It ain't you know what I'm saying? The filter. You know what I'm saying? The whatever. It ain't no one thing missing. Oh, except
I
for
noticed
this,
that
except
shit.
for that. Ain't nothing. Like y'all can't tell. So y'all telling me an East Indian person is black, but this person isn't. Like that's what y'all telling me.
Look up the dude who did the movie Get Out. He got all that too, but got a white mama. He got all that.
Well, he biracial, yeah.
But you can't look at him and tell nothing. So if you didn't know that and he told you, and I ain't black, you would say he's black because you looked at him. But he tell you he's not. Now this guy, because you looking at him, you say he's black.
Nah,
but he
Bakari,
say
you
he's
seen
not.
that brother before. You telling me that brother looked like you seen that brother before.
Damn, Bakari making some good points now.
Pull up
How?
the picture.
He
Pull up
don't
a
look
picture of the
nothing
dude
like
and
him,
get out.
bro.
Forecast. Pull up a picture of the
Yeah,
dude
he don't
and get
look
out.
nothing like him though, bro.
Pull up a picture of the dude and get out.
And you telling me he looked like so? All right, I'm gonna pull him up. But you telling me that he looked like him, Bakari, while I'm pulling him up? Is that what you telling me?
Actually, I think Bakari's telling you he looks blacker than that guy.
Is that what you telling me? Bakari look blacker than him?
No. Brian looks blacker than the guy.
Right. So why would you use that dude that look? So why wouldn't you use a dude that look as black? as him?
Pull up the
I'm
picture.
pulling
What
it
you
up.
don't want to do is pull up the picture.
Now hold on, I'm pulling them up. Jordan Peele.
Never mind.
That's what, but Bakari.
Oh
is not
yeah.
on
No.
You know, I saw a picture of his mother. Yeah, he's definitely mixed, man. He looks
does
just
he
like
look
his
mixed?
mother in the face.
But does he look mixed though?
But he looks like he could be mixed, but like way down the line.
Well, it's definitely
But his mother
mix
is
you ain't even
white.
thinking about. You ain't thinking about that when you see him. You're like, I don't know what that guy. I just call him black.
This dude.
Yeah, show me where he looked mixed at. He don't look mixed.
Yeah, he
So
do kind
forecast.
of look mixed a little bit.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
No, hold on, Bakari. You telling me he looks like this brother that we talking about right now?
No, he's
Is that
not
what
as
you're
dark.
telling me?
He's not as dark. No, he's
Yo,
not
you
as
can't
dark.
tell this dude mixed either.
Sorry,
The
y'all.
other dude
You're
with
not
him?
No, but we ain't talking. Forecast. Now you trying to find somebody
No,
else.
the
We ain't
dude
talking
looks
about
mixed,
him.
bro.
Forecast. We not talking about him.
Nah,
I
I
can
can
tell.
see what. No, look, I would say this. I could see what people would be like. You know, what I'm saying, oh yeah, he's
other
black
dude's
or whatever.
white, too.
But
What's his
you
name?
know, I don't know. He
But
looks,
actually, by pointing the other guy out, you really proved Bakari's point more.
how he don't
because
really look black though.
because you can't show that Jordan Peele looks mixed just by the visual, especially
He
those
is-
lips
he
and
is
that
mixed, too.
nose.
Yeah, I would say he looks more blacker than him. But no, you could kind of see like
Where you see that forecast?
because he
Tell me
you
where you
telling
see it at.
well, number
Where?
one, you know what I'm saying? Well, he got just only like the big lips, like the hair and all that stuff.
In the hair.
I think Jordan Peele's mama is like Jewish, dude. So I'm just saying, I'm not
Ah,
gonna
that
say
explains it.
anything
That
any
explains
further.
it.
I'm not gonna say anything any further. But
Well, yeah, that's
And I guess that explains why he had this successful movie career so far too.
Okay,
now, Bakari, can
Stop.
you explain to me why you bringing him up in relation to this young brother right here that I'm saying is not mixed?
You can't look at whatever his name is
But
until
can you-
he's. But you asked me now. You got to let me answer.
Okay.
Because you can't look at him until he's mixed. So the point that I'm making is you said because you can look at Brian and tell, but Brian tell you he's not. So this guy right here can tell you if you didn't know who he was, he can tell you. You'll say he's black, and then he'll say I'm not. I'm mixed, and you would still become because you can look at him and tell. Somebody
if it would be like if
tell
you
me.
say my mom is white, just like if
No.
whatchamacallit be like, yo, both my grandparents is like not as white or whatever, then I'd be like, oh,
Somebody,
yeah, okay.
I'm looking
you're
at somebody.
biracial.
Somebody tell me they're not black. Okay, you ain't black. Oh, I'm not gonna argue with nobody and make them be something. He say he's not. So the point, and he'll tell you one of somebody was Scottish or some bullshit, something like that. He said, but
early before, no, I said that because before he said his mom was black and his dad was black. He said both of his parents was black before. You know what I'm saying?
No,
like, he didn't say that. No, I know just now he did. I'm talking about a while ago.
Well,
That's
I don't
why
remember. I can't
yeah,
remember back that far, but I can remember back 5 minutes.
Yeah, because I had asked him, cause it was on with me and
the funny
Hardcore
thing is-
before, you know what I'm saying? And then he said both of my parents was black before, you know what I'm saying? He did say that before, you know.
Yes, he said a lot of shit, and I guarantee you, he probably discovered at some point in his life that he was somewhere down the line, the lineage, through slavery, that he has some Scottish background. But some motherfuckers will do that shit, yo, especially when they hit a certain echelon of success in certain clubs. You know what I mean? Y'all know what I'm talking about. They will own that shit and be like, yeah, I'm fucking Scottish now, motherfucker. Give me my goddamn
like the dude on the Boondocks.
Chat.
He did his DNA and found out he had 20% Irish. Oh, I'm studying my Irish history. I'm studying my Irish ancestors.
I'm Irish now, motherfucker. Shit.
But he was
club, bitches. Like, that's how that's how niggas do. And when I say niggas, I mean that across the board. That's how niggas have been doing since the dawn of time. How do you make your way into the motherfuckers club so you can survive and feed your motherfuckers and not give a fuck about nobody else?
But ultimately, genetic, hidden racial stuff that's not gonna work when people see you in person. You know what I mean?
Right. I mean, like, dude is not like nowhere near that, and that's why Bakari full of it, because damn well he'd be like, if somebody be like they not African, you be like, oh, you tripping? You know what I'm saying? A black person when you see them, Bakari.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up too, the African thing.
That's what I'm saying. That's how you know what he's saying is a bunch of BS. He's just mad because he got a Filipino girl in his cookout. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole problem. And that's what you just gotta accept, Bakari. It's okay. Just say it. And that's why you're trying to struggle with crazy points that you don't even believe in.
And he still ain't answered the question. So what he did, he started making excuses. Then
no, you start bringing up another dude that don't even look close to what the brother said. You know what I'm saying?
Then he put two mulattoes next to one another to prove my point even more.
Yeah, but Forecast, though, I think you should answer the question directly.
All right, ask me the question directly one more time. I think I did answer the question.
No, you did.
About him being a brother?
I say, how's he a brother if he ain't black?
But he is. He said it both.
Well, no. Re-ask that question, Bakari, in a more specific way.
I said, he say he's not black. So how is he a brother?
But a lot of people say they're not black. That is black, Bakari. But is that not true? Also, Bakari, a lot of people that's African don't say they're not African, Bakari. Is that true or not?
Watch this. I don't call him brother.
But you call him African, don't you?
No.
No. No. So why you talk about them then if they're not African?
No.
Why do you talk about them then if they're not? What are you talking about?
I laugh.
No, you don't. You talk about the ADOS thing all the time. You're like, oh, they denying their Africanness.
No,
you talk about that all the time.
I talk about ADOS because they hate black people from other countries. That's what I say. They hate black people from other countries.
No, that's FBA. That's FBA.
No, that's ADOS too. ADOS stopped because somebody came out. I forget who it was. Somebody came out and said something, and then their leader was like, "Oh well, they had to stop the hate."
Bakari, you was on earlier today talking about black people is anti-black and they don't want to be black. Bakari, you was on there today to just having this conversation.
Where is he at?
What, when I say they don't want to be African?
They don't want. You were talking about black people that don't want to be black.
Identity crisis. Yeah, identity crisis.
Right, right. So what is so now all of a sudden you don't understand identity crisis?
But I don't call them brother. You ever heard me call anybody anybody from ISUPK, any of those Hebrew Israelites? They ain't my brothers. How's somebody gonna be my brother to hate me? I don't call them brothers. I don't even call Kanye Kardashian brother.
Hold up. Why you say that though? Why you say that?
Right.
Why you say the Hebrews hate you? What
Right.
experience did you have to make you
Because
make that comment?
they like the biggest and most known, and they hate African people.
No, like seriously, like go on with that. Like expound on that. Like as an African American, is that what you're saying? As identifying as an African American, or
No, they hate
What
African
do you mean?
people, period. Oh, and if you say you're African, they hate. And if you're African, they hate you. Like they did my dude, what's his name? Black Panther. You ain't no African. You just standing out here. You a them nasty, stinking African. And the dude was like, well, actually, my daddy is from Ghana, and my mama is. Get your stinking behind from right. That's how they talk. What he say? He wouldn't even feed a little 12-year-old child, a 12-year-old African child, if they were starving. It was not allowed to come to their cookout. They mean this. They stand on a corner and say this. So no, they're not my brothers. They say they're more closely related to white people.
And the point is, a young brother who came on who said he ain't black said, "Oh, I don't know about inviting all these other people to my cookout." You know what I'm saying?
But that ain't the question I asked you.
And I answered that question already, Bakari. You just seem to not understand what your own talking points, though.
Forecast, you got black people, Mexicans who say, "Hey, I ain't inviting no black people to my cookout."
Yeah, I would. You think I'm gonna invite a Mexican to my cookout?
Well, I'm saying that doesn't make the Mexican a brother, right?
A black Mexican can come to my cookout though. A Mexican is not a brother. Why would I call a
Yeah,
Mexican
but
my
what if the
brother?
black,
though?
what if the black Mexican say, "Hey, man, I ain't your brother"?
Hey, well, they wouldn't be invited to the cookout, but they're still black. You know what I'm saying? They're still a brother. You know what I'm saying? They just lost. You know what I'm saying? They think they're not black. You know what I'm saying? They just deny it. You know what I'm saying? But they're still black. You know what I'm saying? They're still a brother. But I would be like, no, not all black people invited to the cookout though. See, that's what the difference, y'all. That's the problem y'all have.
What
Here,
tribe
you know what I'm saying?
What tribe you from?
Huh?
What
I don't
tribe
know.
you from?
I don't
I'm
know.
talking about like the 12 tribes from the
I don't know.
Israelites.
I mean, I don't think I'm from any tribe of the Israelites.
But see, that's the thing. Like when we talk about the Israelites, they say they're brothers with the Mexicans. They're brothers with the brothers and sisters.
You say you brothers with the or sisters, brothers and sisters with the Filipinos. So that's the same difference.
You know what? Guess what?
That's my point.
Guess what? I
And
never
you my
said
brother.
I never said Filipinos was my brothers and sisters. And what you're doing, what you do, you take the words and want to switch them up. But that's not. But anybody who listening know that's not what I said. And I stand.
Let me say something.
Go ahead.
Something for real, because this is a good conversation, and I'm feeling it. Yo, listen, from a cat that comes from the deepest parts of South Central Jamaica, Queens, and made his way through tough times and managed to score some gigs here, there, and elsewhere. I landed up in Mexico at one point, right? What they call the Sonora Bay. It's the peninsula below California. I lived amongst Black Mexicans and indigenous Mexicans and white Mexicans and all that, son. Trust me. And let me explain something. You think we have it bad in America? They got it 10 times worse. Trust me. They're under the fear of cartels. They don't know how to fucking to get their next meals. They work for pennies on the dollar. They live in the hot ass sun. All that shit, son. All the shit that we think are complicated in our lives, they imagine that shit every fucking day. 120 degrees in the shade. But that's not to say that neither race or background or anybody has it better than the other. What I'm saying is we all struggling. And they trying to come up. Like we all should try to come up. You know what I'm saying? But there does exist a section of Mexico where Black people were enslaved and they mixed racially with, indigenous population and Spanish and all that good shit, And trust me, they get it the worst in Mexico. They got nothing down there. But, if anybody tries to perpetrate a fraud upon you to tell you that they come from that sort of background or understands where they come from, I have to say, null and avoid that shit because they don't know. That's probably one of the hardest regions of the planet to live in. And they got to deal with tourism. They got to deal with all the rich people coming down there spending all their G's, and they feel like shit because they can't even feed their families. So,
hey, were you around Veracruz? Dwayne, were you around Veracruz?
Nah, I was in San Carlos.
Was that? I'm saying, is that close? Is that close to Veracruz?
Just below Veracruz,
Just below Veracruz. No, the reason I asked because I was studying nowadays most of the Black population live. Most of the Black Mexican population live is around Veracruz.
That's on the other side of the peninsula.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I know it's Black. Yeah, I know there's Black Mexicans, Afro Mexicans. I know that. But
they know that, Dwayne, because they both of them was on the show when we was talking about Black Mexico, and then the Mexican dude came on here. Yeah.
But see, when I say, when I say they say Mexicans, they don't necessarily be talking about the Black Mexicans when they standing on the corner screaming. You have to see the pictures. They
no, I know what you mean. They got the white boys that be out there talking about, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I get it. Yes, I know.
The ones I'm talking about who they say is their
But those Black people is like
parts of Atlanta, dude. The Mexicans have taken over.
I know. I live in Atlanta.
Well, Cat, dude, yo, some people can't even cash a check. You try to walk down, to the local, and it's like, yo, mad Mexicans sitting there waiting to like dogs, like pit bulls, dude.
And I'm gonna tell you something I learned around Atlanta though. It's more Guatemalans than Mexicans.
Yeah.
People just call, being from down south, like you say you from New York. Y'all probably, being from down south, we saw Mexicans. So when they start flooding here, shit, like I'm from Mississippi, we just gonna call all of them Mexican. That's the honest truth. And we don't say it to be disrespectful, but that's just what we saw. You understand what I'm saying?
Those were the ones that was around us.
But man, you come here, you gonna see. I can take you up the block about 5 miles from my house. Mexicans, Salvadorans, Guatemalans, Ecuador, all them just living together, and you see all the different grocery stores from each country, and they're all right there, and they're all right there together.
Yeah. Hey, Bakar, you come. Hey, shouts out to Consider Cheeks, yo. She over there right now. You know, I've been peeping out everything you're doing. So shouts out to you. And she said, we do not understand. We have black brothers around the world, Mexican, Asian, etc. And this is how you know they just on the ropes, just trying to say whatever to defend their honors, but it's already too late. But they know better than, because they're the first one to tell you, oh, all black people ain't gonna be saved. You know what I'm saying? All black people, you know, some people we got to forget about. You know what I'm saying? That we say this identity crisis stuff. We talk about coons and stuff all the time. You know what I'm saying? So you know that all black people, you know what I'm saying, recognize it. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it is what it is. There's black Mexicans, you know what I'm saying? And that's why we be like racism, an American thing. It's like all around the world. It's like for some reason, the darker you are, you know what I'm saying, the worse you are in the society, you know what I'm saying? And you know, I understand what you're saying about the East Indians or whatever. I know you was gonna say the East Indian, but obviously you see the East Indian chick with the lighter you are, the more you on TV, the more you in political offices. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but the darker East Indians, you can't deny it. The black is one they got money.
Yeah, their video is crazy. Yo, to have that chick be so light to talk that junk, son. Like, yo, like
and to call herself brown too. That's what I couldn't understand. I'm like, you never see that kind of East Indian calling themselves brown.
Hey, Dwayne, let me ask you a question, Dwayne. You say you in Hawaii, and you say you see a lot of Filipinos, right? So, well, but I don't know if you've been to, like, because I do know, I'm quite sure Hawaii probably too expensive. But do you see a lot of brothers over there trying to get with the Filipino women? Or the few
I'll
brothers
answer
in
it this
Hawaii?
way. I don't see a lot of brothers here, but when I do, yes, they are.
And yep, and I'm telling you, that woman, she got her statements. She got what she said from black men who go to the Philippines and who go to the Thailands for to meet prostitutes. Trust me, man. Look, I was in a barbershop one day, and they were just in there talking about how great the Thai women was, and they didn't know at the time I had a friend living in Thailand. Everything coming out this woman's mouth about black women is what those black men were saying about black women and why they love Thai women so much. And I told him, I said, man, you do know them hoes you mess with, these black women hoes. I said, but them prostitutes, everything you bragging on, you getting, you paying $30. How you know? And I picked up the phone and called my friend, and he was like, and I put it on speaker, and he was like, and he checked it. Say that again. Yeah, we put it on speaker, and they was like, they lying. What part of Thailand they in? Because he showed me the picture. I forget where he was, but wherever he was, they had a black population of black expats from the United States, some from Africa, and some from South America, and they were living down there in a community. But of course, they still went out, and he was like, "Man, this is what they're here for." And he said, "Man, they get sick of that, and they just come back." Like it's this one guy. I ain't gonna say his name because he be on YouTube talking about boxing, but he'll just. His name Dante. I ain't gonna say his name though, but he'll just talk about how bad black women is. Huh?
Champside.
Yeah.
Boxing.
Yeah. He just talk about how bad black women is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. He talk about how bad black women is, and he went to Thailand. He married one of them, and my homeboy was hitting me up because they were arguing because they got into talking about black women, right? How he was putting them down. He literally married one of those probably, man, telling my homeboy, he said, look at this shit. Hey, man, watch it for me. I got to send her $600 a month while I'm gone to make sure she don't see nobody else. But they'll put up with that. But everything that woman saying, she getting from a lot of those black men who's going over there buying prostitutes. That's who telling them that stuff about black
That's the
women.
nature of it.
Yeah. Hey, so because we are about to, I'm about to wrap it up though. So, but let me ask you this real quick though, Dwayne. If Bakari or Alquan went to a Filipino or Chinese cookout, even if they was friends or family or whatever, you think they let them in?
To my family?
No, I'm saying if they was like, if Bakari went to like the Filipino friend he got cookout, or Alquan went to his Chinese friend cookout, you think they'll let them in?
I had it backwards. Damn. No.
Hell no. They be like, get your ass out of here.
And you know what? And that's you know what? And that's a, you know what? And that's a good answer. That's a damn good answer.
Unfortunately, it's not yours, Bakari. That's what I'm trying to get.
Some questions at the door sound like, yo,
99% of the time,
whatever language. Who the fuck is that?
99% of the time, they would say no. There's different type of relationships. So for the record, when I owned my electronics store, I did a lot of business with Vietnamese who actually invited me to their house to come sit and eat dinner. I didn't go. My wife, why didn't you go? I've actually invited me to their place to come sit and eat lunch with them. When I owned my pressure washing, and I used to do these restaurants for these Chinese people. So for the record, 99% of the time they would say no, but there's different type of relationships. They was inviting me because it had something to do with business.
I get you, Bakari, but 85% of the time, 85% of the times they come into yours though.
But I have been invited though. See, if you ask about me and everybody say no, and I can agree, 99% of the time they wouldn't. But I can tell you, I have been invited.
Now, do you think 99% of the time in black people
but see, but you just asked about me, so and I just told you.
Okay, so 99% would you?
Why did I turn it down?
Yeah. Because you afraid of the food or what?
No, I wasn't afraid of the food, man. I just ain't comfortable going somewhere and I'm being like the only black person there. I ain't comfortable with that shit.
I don't.
We had a good business relationship. I made a lot of money with those people. I'm gonna be honest, I made a lot of money. I used to tell people the store was my store. I was about to rent a store, didn't even have to go get a store. I just literally sold all my electronics out of their store, tell people mine. We had a good relationship. Me and my wife, we had a good business relationship. We made a lot of money off of them. But I was not finna go to no house where I'm the only black person. And that's just a fact.
Hey, Bakari, since you danced around the question, I'm going to ask you it this way. You know what I'm saying? Now, your friend, right, that you would invite Dave Peoples to your cookout, would that person that they're people that
about them inviting nobody to my cookout, because see what you do, you take people words and twist them. That's not what I said.
You say you had a biracial friend.
I said again. I'll say what I said again.
You got a Filipino friend, right? That's not a Filipino, a biracial Filipino.
Yeah, I have a friend who's mixed. His mom is Filipino, his dad is black. And
what
you invite
him to.
And I said, if I invite him, and he bring his, I would tell him, he could bring his mama. Me and him friends.
Okay, so that
have nothing to do
okay,
with
okay, right. I'm asking you.
Because because what you're doing, forecast.
I'm asking you, would that mom invite you to her, whatever it is they do? They're her to her dog feasting. Would she do that?
I think she just might, just because But
the thing about it, I didn't invite her. I invited her son because he's my friend, and she was with him, and I didn't care about him bringing him. What the hell? Me and him friends.
You can't tell somebody, man, don't bring your mother, man.
Oh, me and you friends, but you can't bring your mama. That's crazy.
Okay, so don't tell them don't bring your mom. So maybe we got to consider, you know what I'm saying, what we do with the people that is mixed or whatever. Okay, because I was gonna ask y'all this last, Bakari. I'm gonna ask you last, Bakari, because you're gonna talk around the question. Yo, Dwayne, are you black first or black only, Dwayne?
I am not black only, but black first.
Definitely not in Hawaii.
Okay.
What did you say? I missed it. What you say?
I said definitely not in Hawaii.
Well, hell no. Yeah.
All right, so all right, Dwayne, let me ask you this.
Between ourselves.
Nah, it's all good, Dwayne. So who are you second? Who are you second?
I am native second.
Like Native.
I'm
What do you
sorry,
mean native?
American.
Okay,
Sure.
okay.
Yeah.
You mean
Why you laughing? Don't stop laughing.
no? Because he thinks he's saying something different with Native American. You talking about the Asian looking ones, right?
Let's talk about the Asian looking. Okay. I'll break it down if you want.
Yeah.
Break it down.
Very quickly though.
But honestly, that's fun. I am not Native Hawaiian. I am Native Cherokee official tribal member. Also African American and Scots Irish from New York, and Polish from the mix between the Oklahomas and the South. If that makes sense.
Okay, so okay, since you did all that, what do you look like? You look like complexion wise.
You want pictures? You want my headshot, dude?
Hey, looking at Cassandra in the chat and Brian in the chat, you look like them complexion wise.
No, complexion, no.
Darker, lighter.
Depends on the sun. Depends on the sun. That's the
All right, let's suppose in the wintertime. Let's deal the wintertime.
Still good. It's not like
I get you, man. It's hard to answer. I get you.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good, Dwayne. It's all good, bro.
But listen, you got to understand something. Listen. When I grew up in Queens, it was during the crack era. Listen, understand something. I'm straight up Southside Jamaica, Queens. Like everything about me is black, and all my upbringing was not just like how can I put? It wasn't just say the American made kind of like Catholic upbringing, but it was also African, sort of like infused, like how do you put it? I had that upbringing. You know what I'm saying? Like my folks were very entrenched into their culture. They never lost it. They're the ones who ran up from the South to get away from the bullshit and kept the culture alive. So that's one thing I can say. That's a part of it.
Hey, Dwayne, and you don't have to answer if it's too personal or whatever. Cassandra said, who are you married to if you're married, like a black girl or what I'm saying?
Not married.
Okay.
Not married.
Okay, what kind of woman are you dating?
Not dating. I don't date, dude.
Okay, what kind of woman are you having sex with?
Well, that's none of your business.
Yeah. It's all good. Yo,
I like that answer, Dwayne.
He was like, "Yo, don't worry about it." No. I've had relationships. Trust me, plenty of them. But come on, man. Like, I'm doing
okay, I understand what you know means. I know what that means.
All right, yo.
I'm in Hawaii, nigga. I'm doing my thing.
Okay, say no more. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yo, and Brian EBK said you was his brother, his multiracial brother. You know what I'm saying?
It could be.
All right, yo. So hardcore, is you black only?
Definitely black first. Ain't no doubt about that.
Who are you second? In Chinese?
I'll say any other type of blacks.
Any other type of black? That's black. If it's a type of black, it's black. You know what I'm saying? That's black.
Like Africans, East Indians, Caribbeans.
East Indians ain't black, so you East Indians second.
They are black.
No, there are black East Indian. There are probably black people in East India, and there are white people and mixed people. Most of them is mixed, though. Yeah, mixed people are.
But even those mixed ones are still darker than I am.
You know how your experiment, you can't put 5 and 6, and it's not 5 no more, and it's not 6 no more. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. All right, so you East Indian second. Now watch this, y'all. Watch this. Bakari, you black only?
Race first.
All right, what race is second?
I'm not race second. I'm race first.
So which race is second?
The other stuff don't even on race first. No. I'm gonna tell you like this, right?
The mulatto race?
Okay. You say you black only.
Filipino race? Or
no,
Asian?
you say you okay. Are you black only?
Yes.
So how you gonna do? So you only do business with black folk?
I do business with black folks first.
Now
Yeah.
my man contradicting his own answer.
That ain't what I asked.
No, I can't. I literally can't because I was starved to death because black people haven't done enough. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I'm black only. Absolutely.
So guess what? So that means it's going to impossible to be race first. That's
yeah,
what
you can be. You can be black only, Bakari. You can be black only.
I believe black man, black woman supposed to be together. I do work for my black race, but to say I'm black only, I would be lying because I do business.
No, you're a consumer. You're a consumer with other. Or I'm not talking about you because you have a company. You know what I'm saying? But other people are consumers. You know what I'm saying? That's a difference from being a part of their. You're not a part of their group. You know what I'm saying? You're slaves to them. As people, we slaves to them.
I never said I'm part of their group.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. As far as being only,
slave. I ain't nobody's slave.
So what can you do about? I mean, all right. So okay, I'll go. Just go ahead. Finish.
But I ain't nobody's slave though. I know a lot of black people like to say they are slaves. I'm not a slave though. My great grandmama was born in 1853. She lived in slavery for 12 years. I did not have to live under the conditions that my great grandmother.
What condition? So what institution? Because your great grandmother had an institution.
No, my great grandmama.
Oh
She's
yeah,
from Africatown, Mobile, Alabama.
Well, your mom and your grandma had an institution to protect you. Which one do you have? Where you going to the hospital? Where you going to the hospital? And they gonna be like, yo, you can't come under these circumstances because we see what happened with our sisters that go to the hospital. That's certainly not like I wouldn't because we have to go to the hospitals. I wouldn't be like, yo, that means they're in my thing because we see what happens. It's just that we don't have it. You know what I'm saying?
So that means I'm a slave. I go to the hospital up the street if I got to go to the hospital.
Right.
Do black folks own the hospital? No, but they're the one I'm gonna go to. That don't. But I'm not a slave. Though I know there's a lot of black people like to say that they are a slave. They ain't gonna ever come out of my mouth. I ain't no slave.
You have a business, Bakari. Okay, so you're not a slave. I'm gonna exclude you.
Even if I didn't have a business, I ain't no slave.
Okay, I could go deep into this, Bakari, but we are already. It's super late. It's like 3 hours because I could be like, because can you control the prices and like the food that you like your local food market or whatever, or is somebody else in control of that for you? Or if you do something like they telling millionaires to apologize and go meet with rabbis, bro. They $1 million slaves, bro. Like we don't have, we in other people's society as like, you know, and look, we are what we are. I'm just saying, like it's just. And while we're in their societies, we inviting Filipinos to the cookout and Chinese to the cookout.
But those,
which keeping us in that position.
But those million.
I'm waiting for the forecast to just break out and say you're a slave, and you've known this.
But those.
You ready? They want the blue pill. I can't say that, Dwayne, because they taking the blue pill.
But listen, we learned that lesson from when they tried to bring that movie back. Just to make an analogy, he brought it back, and guess what? Neo is still a motherfucking slave. Still a slave. Still black. Still nigga. Yo, still. Believe it. I understand what you're saying, brother.
I ain't gonna tell nobody that they are not a slave.
I agree with that case.
I ain't gonna tell. I'm not. Watch this. I'm not gonna tell Forecast or Dwayne or anybody else that say they're a slave. I'm not gonna tell them that they are not a slave. I'm gonna tell you I am not a slave.
Hey, Bakari, you can't be racist either.
I'm not gonna tell you I am a slave. Dwayne is a slave. Forecast is a slave. Alquan, are you a slave? Alcon didn't answer that question, so I don't know.
I mean,
are you a slave?
Technically, yes.
Yeah. Technically, yes.
Okay,
like, read the 13th Constitution, the 13th, because everybody be like, except for a law. It's a involuntary servitude is a part of that too. You know what that means? Like they make you go to work to pay for like water, stuff that's like free in the world. You go, you're lucky you ain't paying for oxygen, and you know why you can't do nothing about it? Because we haven't like mobilized or whatever, which makes us technically we're doing things for pieces of paper, like you know what I'm saying. And we talking about us as a collective, Bakari, because even if you individually live in a forest somewhere,
guess what?
I'm
gonna tell you something, right? You know what I'm saying? So that means I'm
that's
not
just you. That's not us.
So that means I'm not going to be a part of the collective because I'm not a part of a collective slave. I'm not a slave. My great grandmama was a slave. I'm not a slave. I'm not. I can't tell nobody else what they are, but I'm not.
You are in a different way. It's just they took the chains
No,
off
I'm not.
your ankles
No,
and put
I'm
it on
not
your
a
mind, my
slave.
brother. They put
No,
the
I'm
chains
not
on
a
your
slave.
mind, my brother. That's all it is.
No, I'm not. Yeah, it's okay for y'all to be a slave. It's okay for y'all to think
Okay,
y'all
but
can-
like I said, Bakari, even if you in the forest, living in a tree house somewhere, the rest of us, you know what I'm saying, that are operating in a society that we don't make the rules in, you know what I'm saying, we can't protect ourselves, and we asking for like protection laws, you know what I'm saying, you can't really ask for that, you got to take it. Like the rest of us are vulnerable when it don't matter what you do, you know what I'm saying. So even if you by yourself are okay, you know what I'm saying, like your people are not, you know what I'm saying.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna tell you like this. Maybe y'all need to get up and run away. Then maybe y'all need to run away mentally.
Maybe, but
Maybe
Bakari,
y'all-
you still
maybe
but
y'all need
Bakari,
to-
you still do
maybe
things
y'all
for
need to run
people.
away.
But Bakari, think about the mentality. You still get up in the morning to do things for pieces of paper that would have killed, for people on them that would have killed us, Bakari. Like you still use these things because it's money. It's the society we live in. But it's pictures on them that are people that would have lynched us for having this conversation right here, Bakari. And we do the things that we do. We scared to even speak up for ourselves. And like you come on here and you will say Jew, but we will say untouchable, all of these things. I just like Shyster because we went through the
See, I'm
list
gonna
of
tell you, I'm
derogatory
not part
terms.
of forecast. I'm not a part of that we that's afraid to speak up for themselves. That's why I don't accept
But
that.
that
'Cause I'm
individual
not-
stuff don't work, Bakari, because we see where that
I'm not-
individual stuff
but
gets
guess
us.
what?
But
Then guess
nowhere.
what? So maybe y'all need to mentally run away. Then I wouldn't be an individual. But as
Yo,
long
can
as
I
you
ask you
hold
a
on to a
question?
fact that you're a slave and you can't do something, you're gonna stay in that spot.
Yeah, let me ask a question, Bakari, just out of curiosity. Like, what does that mean, actually? Mentally running away.
You just
away
said
from
you're.
what?
Are you a physical slave?
If even if you're
No. Are you a physical slave? Yes or no?
You asking
where
a
does
chattel
that-
slave, Bakari. Like
No.
it's not chattel
I say,
slavery.
are you a physical slave? That's just yes or no.
You
Okay, no,
in
wait,
the system, bro.
All I answered the question, then I asked one, but then y'all want to answer. I don't want to ask.
Hold on. No, what I'm asking is, wait, listen. What I'm asking is, so what is that question geared toward? Is that geared towards like somebody who is an actual slave? Is that what you're saying? Like,
No, because you just said you was a slave, and you said you was a nigga.
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah, you say you're a slave and you're still a nigga. I'm not a slave nor a nigga. So the question, because I'm not a nigga
No, I
either.
didn't say that. I said those are questions. Those aren't like declarations of being a slave. That's what I said. I'm asking you, your comment, what you just said right now, how does that apply? Like, what does it mean?
What, to mentally run away? Mentally stop.
Run away.
Okay, mentally.
From what? What are you running away from?
Oh, slavery, because you say you're still a slave. So mentally run away from saying, I can't do this because somebody won't let me. Mentally run away talking about, I'm a slave because I got to get up and go to work in the morning and work for somebody else. It's all a mentality. I worked for somebody once in my life, that when I was in the Army. Any other time I had a job, I worked for me. Even when I was on a job that somebody else owned, I got my check to take care of me and my family. I never worked for
Bakari,
them.
how do you take care of your family, Bakari? How do you take care of your family?
It's your mentality. I get
You
up and I go to work.
bills,
I get up and I
you
go
pay
to
bills,
work.
right? You pay the bills in your
I
family,
get
right?
up and I go to work. Yes, I pay bills.
Right. Okay.
Yes,
Exactly.
I pay bills.
Right.
Can you define what a slave is? What a slave
I
to be a
just told
slave?
you my great grandmama was born in 1853.
No, not them. I'm saying,
Talking about chattel slavery, Bakari.
But wait a minute. But see,
no,
but this
no,
is
no,
what-
no. I'm
but
talking
wait a
about
minute, but
slavery
this is-
in the
wait a minute,
current
wait a minute,
context.
wait a minute. But this is what's getting ready to happen, right? You ask a question. I'm gonna answer it the way I want to answer it. You can't tell me how to answer the question.
And by the way,
me.
because this question come from, are you black? Are you race only or whatever? You know what I'm saying?
No, but see, why? No, that have nothing. Those are two different things. So I'm going to say it again. You asked me a question. My great grandmama, born in 1853, she was born into slavery. I am not a slave.
Okay,
My
I can
great-grandmama was born
agree
into
with what
slavery.
Tyron just said. A prisoner of war is better, is more sensitive or whatever. But you should accept that, so that make you want to fight back harder, get your own institution, so you don't be a slave, Bakari. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying.
Now,
And
Bakari,
I'm
let
gonna
me.
say it again. The
Bakari,
only slaves are the people that think they're slaves. I'm
Okay,
not a
Bakari,
slave. I keep telling you that.
Let me demonstrate how you're a slave, okay?
No, let me show you something, right?
Hold on. Before you do that, let me
wait a
just
minute.
demonstrate.
No.
I'll let you answer before. Let me just demonstrate real quick.
No. This is what you do.
No, don't start buck dancing now.
No. This is what we're gonna do. Demonstrate how you are a slave.
No, I'm about to demonstrate how you're a slave because it's better.
Because every time you try to say I'm a slave and you're gonna demonstrate how I'm a slave, I'm gonna just talk. Demonstrate how you are a slave.
Okay, let me demonstrate how people are slaves, still slaves.
No, demonstrate how you're a slave.
Well, okay.
Because you said you're a slave.
Okay,
so
just demonstrate slavery. Just say, okay, hold on. Time out. Demonstrate slavery.
All right,
Okay.
let me demonstrate slavery. So
no, wait a minute, time out. If he
you don't want me to do that.
Slave, wait a minute. If he say he's a slave, why can't he demonstrate how he's one? Why do we have to use other people? Why do you have to use other people for his example?
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why, because you said you weren't. So I want to demonstrate how you were.
So he should use himself because he say he's a slave. So he should use himself for the example. He shouldn't use anyone else.
I missed that shit. Who said
no, Alquan said he's a slave.
Hey, Bakari, what do you saying
instead of using someone else for an example to show how other people is a slave,
I'm gonna do it like you did it. I'm gonna do it like you did it.
Wait, time out, y'all. Hold on, real quick.
Use the example for you,
Hold on, Bakari. Yo, Tyron is in the back. Like, I want to let you on, but I really got to close it down real soon, and I don't want to have you kind of cutting people off. You know what I'm saying? I want Alquan to give his example, then kind of wrap it up. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if I should.
Let me give my example. Then let the brother on. The brother.
Okay.
But check it out. See, here's the deal, though. I want to show Bakari because he said he wasn't a slave. Okay, well, let's say somebody who says that they're not a slave, and it's not Bakari.
Show somebody who say that they are. Show the example.
No.
Not Bakari. Okay, not Bakari.
No, but I'm saying, but why can't he show how
why don't you calm down? Just calm down. Calm down.
Okay,
Bakari, can you listen?
No, I can't because what
why can't you?
Come on, Bakari. Bakari.
No, because why?
Listen.
Why do you
Bakari, hold on, Bakari. What do you send your kids to school at, Bakari?
No, if he say
where do you send I'm asking you. No, I'm asking you, Bakari. Where do you send your kids to school at, Bakari?
My son go to Jackson State University. He's a sophomore.
No, your kids go to public.
My daughter go to McEachin High School.
A public school, right?
Yep.
Are you in control of the curriculum they learn, Bakari?
Am I in control of the full curriculum? I keep telling you, you keep trying me. Dude.
Are you?
Well, no, wait a minute, because I'm going to show you something.
Because when you go
no.
The answer is no.
Because guess what? My answer is like this. My answer is not the same answer as everybody else. Because I don't sit on YouTube and talk and say we should go to the school.
Okay, what curriculum have you put in?
No. Guess what? I went to the school and changed a whole lot of stuff that they teach in history.
That's great.
I changed a whole lot of stuff that they teach in the history.
Bakari,
see, I don't just sit on here and talk. I do this. I keep telling you that.
If you're still in their system, you're not separated. You're a slave. You know what I'm saying?
So watch this. And guess what? We have a lot of black slaves, and that's okay. So now, Alquan, explain how you're the slave.
Okay. Now I'm gonna explain that.
Explain how you're the slave.
But Bakari, you got to understand. I'm gonna answer it how I'm gonna answer it. Okay. All right. Now let's take a person who works. Whether they work for themselves, supposedly, or work for someone else. When you get your money, your take-home pay, you do mostly what you want to do with it. But you have to set aside some things to give to others. But before you set aside that money to give to others, that is bills, somebody gets a cut before you even get a cut. Now, if that ain't slavery, what is? Because that's when you're on the streets and you got a pimp and you got hoes, that pimp gets that money, then the hoes get theirs.
Hey, Bakari, and don't even say nothing that's like, you know what I'm saying, whatever, you know. I know what you're going to say, Bakari, but don't, you know what I'm saying, Bakari?
I'm just listening.
Yeah, right, don't say nothing crazy, you know what I mean?
So the bottom line is, as long as you got to pay up to somebody else, you're still a slave. I'm done with that.
Many of the wars over time,
civilizations
have crumbled because of that same factor right there, period. Especially this modern one, quote unquote modern one.
It's a prime example of how that shit don't work. You know what I'm saying? Like, we know it. You know what I'm saying? But what the fuck can we do about it? What can we do about it? That's the focus we need to shift to. What the fuck do we do about this shit? Because we know it's ramped up and it's out of control at this point. You know, if you don't do something now, you know, your future ain't so bright. You know, everybody fears that, but still, never more than ever has it not been so true. To whereas if you don't realize what you're dealing with, and you don't have to be the super conspiracy theorist, you know, and proving everything to the world and getting accolades for fucking knowing some shit. What's real is real. What's before your eyes is before your eyes. And what's in your soul is even greater. So just go with that shit, man. You know what I'm saying? But your truth is your truth. That's okay. As long as you don't tread upon nobody, not to quote that shit from colonial days. But that I'm sure that comes from somewhere else. You know how they do. But just understand that, like, yo, whatever you do in life, man, that's on you.
Yeah,
You
that
gotta focus on that shit right now, because yo, these cats, they ain't playing. They playing different games that we can't even understand, and it trickles down. But you don't need to fuck with. They've been messing with the greatest of us, you know, because they chose to play that game with these cats, and they starting to say shit out loud, and it's crazy, you know. I don't know how Dave Chappelle's alive right now, you know, or something, you know. But that's how they used to do. You can talk your shit now in front of them. They don't give a fuck. They make us think about it, but they're telling you where their power comes from to make it full circle. Yeah. He said some shit about the Jews. Oh, it's anti-Semitic. Somebody's gonna say something, but guess what? He's right. And guess what? You don't give a fuck. It's been like this. You're not gonna disrupt the old order. You're not gonna disrupt the new world order. All you can do is take care of your own black ass. And that's just my word right there.
All right, yeah. So, Teron, you've been quiet for a minute. What's up? Hey, Teron. First though, are you are you black only, Teron?
Am I what?
Are you black only?
I would say I'm American Aborigine.
American Aborigine only.
And that would mean American Negro.
American Negro only.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you okay, yeah, he said only. You actually the only person.
That forecast? Does everybody agree with American Aborigine, aka Black American only?
Well, you know what, Tyron? You know what's crazy? You the only person that said any form of black only. Bakari got Filipinos, Alquan got Chinese. You know what I'm saying? Dwayne, he got Native American.
What?
I didn't say Chinese.
I didn't
You
say
escaping
anything
for
about
Chinese.
He said he was in some Chinese.
No. Alquan is pro-Aborigine. That's what I know about Alquan.
Yep.
But
You just said first, Alquan. You said first. You ain't say.
Well, no, that's because you asked the question. You said
I'm
black
on
first.
I'm on
then
here
white
because
second.
Bakari said something very problematic, because you said that you're not a slave, but technically we're all wage slaves in the modern age. Also, it's detrimental for you to call yourself a quote-unquote slave when that's not even your identificator. That's really Eastern European ethnicity. Yes, the Slavs. So why would you carry the name and call your ancestors a Slav when that's a European? Things that turn black. Why would you do it? You had your own specific ethnic group, your own specific nationality, but you want to go pick up somebody else's terms apply to you. Don't you know that word cast spells? Why can't you go by the names that your ancestors called you? They didn't say West African Bantu names. They didn't say Hebrew names. They didn't say Moorish names. Most likely, 100%, 9 times out of 10, they would have said an indigenous American name and the region that they came from right here within the state.
So they would have said individual tribe names.
Yeah.
And did those individual tribes work together when the invaders came?
Some did, some didn't.
They saw
because
themselves.
you had
They saw themselves as
because you
different
had
because they was
people
on tribal stuff.
just
Right?
like people over there in Africa. They had
They,
their own
they
set.
wasn't able to defend themselves in Africa, was they?
No, they weren't.
And we wasn't able
They
to
were-
defend ourselves here, were we?
Exactly.
Because we was on some tribal stuff.
Yes.
So okay, so if I'm a let's say I find out I'm Cherokee or
Even
something, right?
Even Europeans, they have their own little petty squabbles, you know.
Right, but they come together like, you know, a German and a Russian work together against a person who we would call a black person today, right?
Yeah.
But a black person who we call Ghanaian and a black American wouldn't work together against a European today, right?
Mm-hmm.
How about a Ghanaian and a Sudanese? How about that? That's better than putting a black American in.
Well, any black, you can, that's the point is any black in the black group, you know what I'm saying, working together. They wouldn't put it over going against a white person, would they? And maybe that's why they were able to take your lands and stuff. Like, you ever think about that? Like let me ask Tyron this. If I was a Cherokee, right? Would you help me fight for like my Cherokee stuff back?
Absolutely. Aniawea is the actual term, not Cherokee.
Oh, whatever. You would help. So you would help me fight for it back.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's cool then. So you think most people would fight if they be like, oh, we're Muskogee, and they're not Muskogee, you would fight. You think most people would fight for that?
Yes, I would help them if they can find the genealogy to prove that. Or if they're lost in a place, I would help them. I wouldn't leave them behind because they're my people.
They're not your people. They're not Muskogee.
They are still our people. We're all American
They're
Aborigines.
different. Oh, so okay. Well, at least you all black. Well, you would include other groups though, other Native American groups, or just the ones that's classified as black.
Yeah.
Just the ones classified as black.
In this current climate, yes.
Okay, and not the Asian-looking ones at all.
In this current climate, yes. Because we have to look out for ourselves first. And then if we have time, maybe we can help. But right now, we don't have that room to help others out, but ourselves first.
Okay. All right. Well, I at least you said the black people first, or only, everybody else was dancing around the question. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the true fact of the matter is, others have done it throughout time. Over decades, on different continents. If we go back to talk about the Irish or the Scottish, at one point they were treaded upon by the English and treated like shit. We know the atrocities they imposed upon them.
Well, Forecast, we'll have to continue this conversation on Alquan channel.
Yeah, we about to wrap it up anyway.
All right. Peace
All
out,
right,
Alquan.
Peace, bro.
Y'all have a wonderful evening.
All right, peace. I hear you. I'm feeling the effects myself.
Yeah, we not all Aboriginal. That's the point. You know what I'm saying? And the problem is, or Alquan said black people second. You know what I'm saying? Black people first and black people second. I don't know how that works, but. And Bakari just said first, and I don't know. But, I'm gonna let y'all close out and give y'all excuses for all the passes y'all gave tonight. You know what I'm saying? I know Bakari.
Y'all master let y'all stay up this late, man. I can't believe that shit. Y'all master let y'all stay up this late. Forecast, your master let you stay up this late.
Well, today, yep, he absolutely did. You know what I'm saying? But
and the masses, the cable company or the internet company.
yeah, because we just made a shyster girl rich right now. Having this conversation before, which proves another way that you know what I'm saying. You on here with because of this shyster right now, Bakari. Did you ever recognize that?
That's funny.
Y'all master let y'all stay up this late. Y'all master let y'all stay up this late.
And
I can't believe in 2022 black folks still running around with everything they folks done been through, still running around talking they're a goddamn slave. Man, what the hell wrong with y'all, man?
Bakar,
the
you
hell
only
wrong with y'all?
Bakar, you only up this late because it's raining down there. You would have had to go to sleep earlier tonight because
Shit, it ain't even
wake up to get
raining.
that.
Bitch.
So
I
you
got to
can,
go. I ain't
you
got
know
to go
why?
in.
So you can pay that electric bill to be on here to your slave master. You know what I'm saying? Because you got to pay that electric bill, and it's nothing wrong with that to pay your electric bill.
And get what?
That's
Guess what?
nothing wrong with that.
And get
I'm
what?
just
I'm gonna
saying.
get up and go. And get what? I'm gonna get up and go to work and make the money to pay it.
I
That's what I'm gonna
know.
do.
So you can pay your slave masters. I
And I'm
get it.
gonna get up.
I
And I'm
get
and
it.
I'm
I
and I'm
know.
gonna get up and I'm gonna get up and go to work on my
We all
time
fuck.
when I want to go.
Once
And
we
if I don't
recognize,
want to go, and I'm
But
gonna make
you gotta
it.
go though.
but you gonna go, whether it's when you ready or when you're not ready, you gonna go. You know what I'm saying, Bakari?
No,
Because
I go. No, I go when I want to go.
but you go. That's the point. You go.
I go. Get what? I go when I want to go.
But you go.
And guess what? And and guess what? I've all look.
Guess
I
what? You
keep
giving
telling
up
you,
some of that money too.
and guess and y'all, yeah, that's why I'm a forecast at what school. Yeah, I pay taxes. So yeah, my kids go to public school. They take taxes out my damn check. Yeah,
I know.
the hospital. I drive on these roads
And
because
then
they
teach the
take
kid that they learn about Christopher
because they take
Columbus.
they take taxes out of my damn
Some
check.
man making excuses. Oh, I pay for the road in schools.
So
That's what they tell you.
I'm gonna drive on the road too.
They take. Did you hear yourself? They take my money so they can give me roads in schools, Bakari. And you thinking that you're not in the same situation that the rest of us in?
I don't know what situation y'all in. I just said I'm not a slave.
Having them take your money, your money to build you a road and a school for you to send your kid in.
What I said
and
was,
tell you that they gonna learn Christopher Columbus discovered America.
What I said,
not nothing about Marcus Garvey, Bakari.
Well, actually, I'm going to tell you. I keep telling you,
Not in
forecast.
schools, Bakari.
Forecast. You talking to the wrong. Would you like me to wake my son up so he can tell you what they learned in the age? Who changed their history curriculum? Forecast. You talking to the wrong one. I don't just sit on YouTube and talk. When February roll around, I'm gonna show you the picture of the red, black, and green flag flying in front of the school because of me.
Bakari.
See, you know what? I'm gonna tell you something. Forecast.
Black History Month.
Forecast,
That's what you relegated to. Black
Forecast,
History Month.
Trying that with the wrong one. Forecast, you trying that with the wrong one. I'm gonna show you something. You can say it's just Black History Month, but watch this. Show me somebody else.
I take that back.
No, don't take it back.
No,
take it back. Show me somebody. No, don't take it back. No, don't take it back. Well, everybody sat on YouTube and talk about what we need to do. Show me what they did. Don't take it back. Just show me how y'all. Just show me how they don't win up their challenge. That's all I'm saying.
No, that's why I can't. I take that back because you. I agree with you. I agree with y'all. I agree with you with the school board thing. You know what I'm saying? And it's like you tell me all the time, bro, Kari, because I don't see how you don't understand. Because you like all these people say this, and they don't go to the school board meetings. Like, yo, there's a such thing as a suicide mission and a martyr, and you doing it alone is called the suicide mission. Just like if I be like, stop watching something, that's a suicide mission. Nobody cares if I stop doing something. You know what I'm saying?
But if I didn't go,
man, it's been real.
If I didn't go to the school board meeting alone, if I didn't go to the city council meeting alone, if I didn't go to the county meetings alone, guess what? Nobody would have been there. So for the ones who didn't want to go, and I went, I was able to tell them something that they didn't know. If don't nobody, sometimes you got to be strong enough to stand by yourself.
I agree with that, Bakari.
You know,
as a slave, and Nat Turner stood by himself, you know what I'm saying, and helped the people rise up. But you know what I'm saying, he had to understand that, you know what I'm saying, the position he was in, and show the people that it was something greater. But first, you got to accept reality, Bakari. That's all.
2022, black people calling them slaves. That's your mentality. You want to be a slave. That's your mentality.
So
that's a mentality. And that's why I said you need to mentally run away. You need to mentally run away.
I don't even want to get into the slave stuff that we do to stay slaves. I'm just talking about just the basics, because I can go into that, but we'll be here all night. But I can go into the reasons that you can't be racist right now, Bakari. And I'm not even going to do that. But the individual choices that even you make and I make, you know what I'm saying? Because we not none of us is perfect, you know what I'm saying? But it's certain choices that keep us in the position. But there's a reason why we have to do all of these things, and we don't have nothing to protect us, Bakari, you know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna tell you what the high
there's no
school
such thing
students
as
tell me.
individualism, you know what I'm saying? Or it is, but most, you know what I'm saying?
Well, guess what? Sometimes it got to be, because when other folk talking and they
You
ain't,
know, say
it
that
ain't.
Herschel Walker. He says that individualism crap.
Well,
You know
I
what I'm
right.
saying?
Okay, watch this, right? Like you just said, you're a martyr if you're going to the school by yourself to change stuff.
No,
But if don't
suicide
nobody,
mission.
but if don't nobody get up and go, won't shit ever change. So sometimes it's okay to be the individual that sees something need to change and you go stand for it.
I agree. But those persons who understand something that needs to be changed understand what needs to be changed, and that's the fact that we in the position where they slave us and we got to be free. You know.
That's funny that I hate to interject, but like, yo, that's funny, and I'm hearing both sides, and it's great. But like, yo, I hear what Bakari is saying, but you know, you can only do that shit for so long. How many examples have we had of like black people been fucking drugged through the fucking like dirt and through hell and back, only to survive? Yet in such a shorter period of time, in modern days, Asian people got a bill passed that says we're going to protect you. Anybody fuck with you, we got you. But so many examples on prime time fucking television that shows you cops doing the worst, Karens doing the worst, just plain old citizens doing the worst they can to black people. Okay, we can talk about statistics and ratios and numbers, but when you fucking see it, it's real shit. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
You know, you know what I'm saying? I know the media is not perfect. You know, there's still some niggas in there that do their job. I know a lot of them, trust me. You know, but they're up against a wall. A lot of them lost their jobs over the last couple of years over different types of shit, especially with COVID. It's fucking strange. But still, facts are facts, and black people are being killed all over the goddamn fucking planet. And that's just the bottom fucking line. We know this, and we know who's orchestrating shit, and you should not be afraid to speak out against it. It's your human right. Whether you care about your brother or sister or not, that's up to you. But still, if you take on the responsibility to put that message out there that something's wrong, and own that shit. And that's where we fail as people, is everybody cowers and decides it's not my problem and all that dumb shit. You know, we listen, I'm sure each and every one of us comes from some kind of hood. That's how we used to do in the hood, in the ghetto. Mind your business. Keep your mouth shut. You'll be safe. But how many more problems came after that in your life that you weren't prepared to deal with, but you managed, and that's cool. That's why I say America. You know, and everybody in it. We're still trying to fucking manage some kind of system nobody asked for. They made the shit happen because they said, fuck it, let's do this shit. Plenty of people have done that over the centuries. But right now, it's time to fucking focus on all things and all people. And that's the hardest thing for everybody to do on the planet right now, is to focus on the one, you know, Star Trek and all that shit, the prime directive. What's our mission? What's our goal? Nobody knows that shit. Black, white, whatever. Nobody knows.
And you're right.
So we
And
figure
what
that
you
shit
just
out.
Oh, I thought he had stopped. I'm sorry. I thought you had stopped, bro. My bad.
No, this is a little delayed. That's probably why. So I apologize. A little delayed.
Now go ahead, finish Dwayne, and then go ahead, Bakari. Then we're gonna close out.
That's all I want to say.
You know what? I understand what he's saying. I understand what folks saying about this system. But man, knowing what your folks went through and still talk about call yourself a slave, I'll never do that shit. Cause I ain't got it. Cause I ain't going through what
That's
my great
shadow slavery,
I ain't going through what my great grand. You can say
It's
what
not Jim Crow right now.
but to call.
It ain't Jim Crow.
No, I can go anywhere I want to go, and I ain't worried about
What the hell?
And I ain't worried about no laws saying nothing to me.
People don't protest outside restaurants like let us in and stop discriminating on us and all this crap. Wasn't people just having protests outside Carolyn Bryant house? What the hell? That's what started the civil rights movement. What the hell?
Okay, so I'm gonna say again, I can go wherever I want to go, and I ain't worried about nobody saying nothing to me. See, the thing about it is, I don't go places where I know people don't like me. See, I'm not gonna be protesting in front of a restaurant talking about treat me better so you can get my money. I just don't go. I go to the places, I go where I want to go. I'm not trying to go to those places.
Yeah, Walmart, cool. I can spend my money at Walmart.
I'm not trying to go to those places. So
Yeah,
I go.
Target is not racist. Target is just fine.
Be strategic about your shit. Like, know where the fuck you're going. You know, like I said, hood shit. Like, know where the fuck you're going. Know which block you don't turn up. Fucking, and know whose house you don't go to. It's a bit. The world's a ghetto. Who said that back in? What's that song from back in
That
the
was
day?
the Ghetto Boys. The world is a ghetto.
The world's a ghetto, son. You know. There's some nice, bodegas on one corner and shit. You get your fucking sandwiches and shit. But like you turn up the street, there's a crack house. It's the world's a fucking ghetto. That's it. You know.
Yeah. Hey, let me ask you. Do you live in Hawaii?
I do now. Yes.
You do now?
After many years of struggle.
Are you in the military, bro?
No, not at all. Actually, no. My folks were. My parents, my dad, mom, and all that shit. But nah, I refused. Hell no, dude. I was too conscious for a brother to fucking care about that shit. First of all, but then when I realized, started studying what it was all about, the complex and all the things tied into that. I'll just say it since we're on live stream.
Yeah, the military is full of shit.
I got plenty. Listen, the stories I used to hear from my uncles and my dad, even, and grandfolks and shit. I was like, I ain't doing that shit.
That's the most racist place I ever been in my life. It didn't bother me, but I'm just saying. Shit.
Hey, no, what are you talking about, Bakari? I know you ain't talking about some of his racist.
That's the most racist shit. That's the most segregated, man. The army, that was the most segregated, which didn't bother me.
Where your army at?
Whole while I was in.
Where your segregated army at?
No. All the black people was gonna have black roommates.
Can't be racist till you get a segregated army, Bakari.
All the white people was gonna have white roommates. All the Latinos.
You still a slave until you got a segregated army, Bakari.
All the Latinos, all the Latinos had Latino. All the Latinos had Latino roommates. Shit. Like I said, it didn't bother me. But I'm just I'm just saying. Then they want people to go to war. I ain't go to war. I had orders. I don't know. I told them I wasn't going. I don't know nobody from Kuwait.
Right, I feel you on that one.
I wasn't going over. Nobody shooting at me so they can take somebody down oil and they gonna get filthy rich, and I ain't gonna do nothing but get a damn $1,600 a month check.
How did you get away with that shit? How did you get away with that?
By the blessings of the ancestors. God, whatever they want to call it. Huh?
You didn't get called, you saying?
No, I'm saying I had orders to go. I was on active duty. I told them I wasn't going. I just said by the blessings of the ancestors. By God.
You prayed to white Jesus?
Well, whoever. I'm gonna say it like this.
How the fuck did you get out of that fire?
I'm gonna tell you something, man, and I said this before. God, the ancestors, whoever. And I got an honorable discharge too.
I'm trying to figure that shit out right there.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you something.
You said no to being called up, and they let you go, and you.
I just gave you my answer, bro. But I was willing to. But I was willing to take whatever they was gonna do. So they can court more. We can send you to Leavenworth. Go ahead. You can send me. I'll go to Leavenworth. I ain't going to war. I'm man enough to make the decision. I'm grown enough to live with the consequences.
Yo, I'm not trying to blow your spot up, but what'd you do? You stayed in the hood? Or you fucking went to Canada? Or
what you mean?
They called you. You're saying you were in the army.
I was on active duty.
You were on active duty. They called you up, but you said no, and somehow you didn't end up in the fucking brig.
Yeah. I just gave you the answer. I just gave you my answer. Why?
I'm not saying I don't believe you. I'm so not saying that because I know plenty of motherfuckers that have done that shit.
See, I'm not the only one. See,
I'll just take your answer. I'll just say yes. No,
And
no,
but,
I'm laughing.
but you
That's why I'm
asked
laughing
me
too when
how I
when
got
asked
away
you.
with it. You asked me how I got away with it. And my answer was the ancestors of God. Forecast said
my
white
feelings.
Jesus. Whoever, if white Jesus came down, good.
Understand you.
Whoever.
No,
But
trust me.
I don't know. So
Yeah.
that's the answer.
That's peace.
All right. So we got to get out of here because Bakari took an hour to say Filipinos is his second race that he take off for.
He might have went to the fucking Philippines.
Yeah, he might. He did the fucking.
Oh, hey, that was my brother who was in it. That was my brother who. That was my brother who was in it. That was my brother who was in the Philippines.
See, there you go.
Say no
that
more.
Explains it,
Say
right,
no
that
more.
explains everything right there. See,
I ain't never go to the I ain't never go to the Philippines. That was my brother. Well, one of my brothers. Shit, I ain't go.
See now, Hard Cole tried to wait till Tyron to come on here to talk about he earlier he said because he was mighty quiet when I started talking about that Chinese connection. You know what I'm saying? And he's waited till he came on here. See,
Look,
you know what I'm
man,
saying?
I was thinking Chinese.
You stupid.
I was about to type that shit in the chat.
Look, man, if they say something you feel away, you just got to you got to be willing to stand on it wherever. Shit, you got to be willing to stand on it. If that's how you feel, that's how you feel. If Tyrone his friend or whatever, and he's talking about the Chinese connection, he's saying Tyrone daddy with him, yeah, he can come stand on it. You can't go back on what
Have
you
mercy.
say.
We doomed, y'all. We gonna be slaves for another 100 years. So thinking like this.
Yeah, man,
Lord, have
yeah,
mercy.
it's a
And you the man one talking about I ain't a slave, and he's like, so stand on it. If you want to invite white people, Asians, Latinos, grandmas, cookout, and
I
he
said
the man one talking about I ain't no
I
slave.
said if he invite Tyrone and Tyrone granddaddy with him, so he can bring his grand.
And you gonna be a slave for another 100 years, Bakari. That's what. And you think you ain't one now? Ain't that a bit?
I don't even think about that because I know I'm not. I keep telling you, my great grandmama was a slave.
That's chattel slavery.
My granddaddy was born. Watch this. My granddaddy was born during Reconstruction.
Yeah,
right?
he was born through a different form of slavery.
My grandmama was born around.
They was doing
my grandmama was born around.
Like
my
that.
grandmama was born around
sharecropping. That was a different form of slavery.
1895, right? This is my mama's side of the family. My daddy's side of the family.
Sharecropping slavery.
My daddy's side of the family was the same way. So for me to say I'm a slave, that ain't no way in the hell I can sit here and say I'm a slave when I know, damn, my great grandmama literally was a slave. My grandmama,
no, a chattel slave.
My granddaddy was born around, what was it? At the end of Reconstruction, he was born around.
That's sharecropping slavery.
He was born around.
Slavery,
he was born around 1880.
A different form of slavery.
So how the hell can I sit here and say I ain't
that's sharecropping? You know, slavery was ended in 1865, right? He wouldn't be that would be sharecropping slavery.
They put up with that type of stuff. I don't.
You were a debt slave, and more than that. You know what I'm saying? You're a slave in somebody else's culture, Bakari.
They put up with that type of stuff. I didn't.
You do, Bakari.
And I don't. And if you think you putting up with it, man, that's why I say you got to mentally run away.
Bakari, you say that while inviting staying on inviting Filipinos to the cookout, and you telling me that you ain't under the influence.
Under the influence of what? Because I said my friend
slavery,
got a Filipino mama, and he come, and I invite my friend, and his mama with him. Can his mama come?
That's called Black syndrome. Now, if he was with you and his mama it'd be like, hell no, he can't come to this motherfucking place. Well, you say 99%. You said 99%.
Watch this. Knowing where his mama, knowing where his mama live, that's probably gonna be that's probably gonna be the only people at her cookout.
Oh, she's looking for black talent all day. You know, I get it.
No, she's an old woman, but she's the only person that's not black that lives.
You better learn Mandarin.
She's the only non-black person that live in their neighborhood. That live in their
I will tell you this, Bakari. You're gonna be done with English. You're gonna have to learn Mandarin or Filipino pretty soon. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'll tell you.
Well, I can tell you one thing I ain't gonna have to learn. You can say Mandarin, you can
Yes,
say Filipino,
sir.
but I bet you,
Yes,
but I
sir.
bet you,
Filipino.
but I bet you I ain't gonna have to learn slave. How about that?
Well, you learned it already. You so much one that you don't even think you are one. That's how they
Don't.
maintain
Hey,
rules.
and
You
I'm
know what
gonna tell
I'm
you,
saying?
and I'm gonna
Have
tell you right
somebody
now.
working for the system and not know they're working for the system, and so they'll never fight against which they're
I already,
you know what I'm
I
saying,
already
is
told you,
happening to.
I already told you who I work for.
They'll just
I
accept
already
their
told you who I work
reality.
for.
You know what I'm saying? Even if they don't have no institutions, that's
I
one
told you,
individual might could
who
do
I work
something,
for.
but it's like you said with that brother that you be getting mad at. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't go against their army with just 50 people and nunchucks, bro. It can't be
I've
just
al-
one person and nothing unless you got something massive. You know what I'm saying?
That's
It
why I
can't
say
be just
until
you.
y'all. That's why I say y'all got to mentally run away.
Goodness gracious.
You have to mentally run away.
We all participating in it, though, Bakari.
You have to mentally run away.
And the first thing would be not supporting their
You still think you somebody property.
Bakari. I hate to break it to you. You know what I'm saying?
You still
But
think you somebody
you
property.
go that all that hard work you're doing, you giving to somebody else so you can drink some water right now. You know that? And so we can be on here making a white girl money right now. You know that? That's crazy, Bakari. The situation we in is crazy. It's like,
Then I'm
yo,
gonna get. Then guess what?
we
Then I'm gonna
done
get up
right
in the
now. And
morning.
y'all still want
Then
to
I'm
have
gonna,
friends. And y'all still
then
think
I'm
we
gonna
got
get.
friends.
Then I'm gonna get
You
up
can
in the
invite these
morning
half
and get it. Then I'm gonna get up in the morning and get in my dump truck. Then
you
white
still
folk got
think
to
we
give me
got
money.
friends. You can invite all these people to the cookout. You still think all these people is your friends. And all that waking up in the morning and doing, you still, you know what, the first thing you go make sure you pay that to? Somebody else who don't control whatever. And the sad part is, you know, even if you move out and be in the wilderness by yourself, you should want us as a collective doing better, you know what I'm saying? Because we got too many issues.
No, I
We
don't
should
want
want to
no
be able to
slaves. I want people who want to
we should
fight.
want to be able to protect our children though, Bakari. That's the issue. Like if when somebody calling the police, we don't want to just call the news and say, "Oh, this happened to me." We want to send brothers over there to make sure it don't happen. You know what I'm saying?
Well, people can train to do that. Ain't nobody stopping y'all. Ain't nobody stopping nobody from training to do that.
If something is stopping, because
Maybe y'all need permission.
is us thinking we our own worst enemy. Well, we're gonna be here all night, Bakari. So yo, the
Maybe
link. Go
maybe
ahead.
you need
I
permission.
will say something. I will say something that might ring true about that. You know, the last back and forth you guys had. Yeah, you can go do that, but there's definitely somebody stopping you from doing that. Somebody growing up in the 80s in New York City, we had a crew like that. We had some bad boys, some sisters and brothers called the Guardian Angels. They used to do that. They used to protect people. They used to give up their lives to do that on the mean streets of New York and the subways and all of that. You understand what I'm saying? And it worked. It was effective. You know, policing the neighborhoods and whatnot. And nobody else would. You know, to do something like that right now would stir up a whole new can of worms. Trust me. You know, you would see you think this whole thing with Democrats and Republicans and the right and left is crazy. Imagine something like that. People policing their own neighborhoods. It would get out of control. It would be like that shit. What's that movie? The Purge or something like that. It would get out of hand. You know, that's why they put a stop to it, because shit got out of hand in New York in that sense. So where you draw the line, who knows? You know what I'm saying? But until then, good motherfucking luck, because like, people are out of their minds right now. You know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
you know, make them stop us. And that's the thing, make them stop us.
Well,
Sitting around, like my point is right, when we talk about it and saying what we ain't doing and we ain't getting up trying to do it, it ain't gonna change it. You got to get up and do it. It's okay if they're gonna stop you, make them stop you. That's all I'm saying.
no, I understand. Yeah, people have power. They still have power. They just don't realize it because they've been locked down in that whole microcosm of thinking about their lives and their situation. And like you said, forecast like generation after generation, believing something that's not true about themselves and perpetrating it towards future generations. You know, that shit needs to stop. So there in essence, you both are right and correct. That's
Yeah,
pretty much what I
but
wanted to say. Like, come to that medium. Like, yo, y'all both correct. Because, like, what do we fucking do about this shit? Because lives are still not being. I thought growing up in the 80s, I thought this shit was once the 80s was over. I was like, all right, crack, all that shit's over with. We're done. It was a moment, but nah, son.
yeah,
It's only
but
gotten worse.
yeah, but that's the
know?
thing. You could say like, make them stop, and like I agree, make them stop them. But they know that you ain't gonna do that because they know they could
Right.
disrespect you, and you can go back to watching
And make it
basketball,
worse for you.
football. You know what I'm saying? Like they can
Yeah.
buck break you in your face, and you
Get
can be
on
like, well, I ain't
YouTube.
gonna cancel my stuff
Have
and
niggas
just
sell
get
that
on
shit to your
YouTube,
face.
and especially use it for minstrel shows to go at other people instead of using it for a tool to try to inspire other people to stand up or to use it as a tool to meet other people who or whatever. No, let me just get on here and dog out other people and help them make money. Because we seen the girl on Hard Cold page come on and say, well, I like when you talk about all these other black people, but when you start talking about us, then she get on there and could disrespect you. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, but
Oh,
that's what I'm saying.
that was her.
Crazy.
Hey, that was her exact words. I like it when you talk about Tariq Nasheed.
But that's what I'm saying. We all, but that's what I'm saying. When we using these platforms for that reason, not only are we making them money, we are entertaining them. But if at least if you're going to use it, and you would want to link up with people like Koku and Ben, who trying to make their own platform so we can get up off of these things, but we can meet each other through here. But you know what they're using game systems for? To squad up. You know what I'm saying? Like they're using the internet and like, you know what I'm saying? Like when I say game system, I'm like when you playing like Modern Warfare and you talking on the headphones, they using that stuff to squad up. We using that stuff to argue. You know what I'm saying? And that's the difference. You know what I'm saying? Like you can use the platforms if you're gonna use it as a tool, but as long as you're using it as minstrel show stuff, then like that's why we slaves now, Bakari. That's why you a slave and I'm a slave because we in the minstrel show right now.
I can tell, like I said, man, I can't tell you what you are, but I
told
ask
you.
Please, no, but you please stop telling because I ain't nobody's slave. I keep telling you that.
It ain't nothing personal, Bakari. That's what I'm saying. You shouldn't take it
No,
personal.
but I'm just saying I'm not a slave. I didn't say you wouldn't. I'm not arguing the point.
You in this society, Bakari, with me. You're my brother.
I'm not arguing the point whether you're a slave.
But you my brother, right?
That's a slave. I'm just telling you, I'm not.
Bakari, I can name a bunch of things and be like, "What can you do about it?" And you could be like, "Well, I can't really do nothing."
So you can name all that, and I might not be able to do nothing right now, but I still ain't no slave.
Jeez, man.
I'm still not a slave,
bro. Like you can even if somebody take you out, like Micah Johnson, you know what I'm saying? They can take him out, he could take out them, is what I'm trying to say. That he can take a number of them out and they take them out and still whatever, you know what I'm saying? And the society is still gonna be the same, and you just gone, and a bunch of people is not gonna stand up and ride for you, you know what I'm saying? Like even though he did that, they still took him out. It's just another brother gone. You know what I'm saying? At this point, because he's just suicide mission, Bakari. That's what I'm saying. There's no such thing as an individual, Bakari. You can't be, unless you move out and live in the wilderness, you know what I'm saying? Because even in black countries, our minds is so messed up, especially we think other people is better than us, you know what I'm saying? And that's a global issue affecting us, Bakari. You can't act like that's not true.
And you think other people own you. But sometimes you got
if you go to work and sacrifice your time and effort for pieces of paper and pay them for things that's supposed to be free or you shouldn't pay them for, then absolutely, you know what I'm saying, which would include all of us.
I'm gonna say again, man, sometimes you have to be an individual. Somebody got to do it first.
Bakari, the NFL can buck break us, we won't stop watching football. The NBA can buck break us, we won't stop watching basketball. What are we gonna do here? You know what I'm saying?
Look, if you look, this is my point on all that. If we want people to stop watching football and basketball because everybody getting rich off you, we gonna have to get off all these social media sites and all that too, because they getting rich off us. See, it got to be the whole thing. It can't just be part of it.
Well, okay. Number one, you can do that. You know what I'm saying? You can get on.
It got to be the whole.
No, you can get on because you know what? It is black social media. Because we can right now say let's just only get on fan base. But you know what? Black people will be like, well, I ain't getting on this black thing. I can't deal with black people because black people is my issue. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you gotta get on platforms to reach the black people so you can get off of those platforms. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you can bypass it, but if you ain't doing nothing but being on some coon stuff, you know what I'm saying, doing the minstrel show stuff, talking about negative about black people, how we ain't this and we that ain't that, we our own worst enemy. You're not only making them rich, you're playing into their hands, not using it as a tool, but letting it be a tool used against you. That's what we're doing, you know what I'm saying, when we do this stuff, you know what I'm saying. But if we're gonna talk about something that helps us, that's a whole different thing, you know what I'm saying. Like, but if we're gonna get off of it, we can get on the black platforms right now, because we can stop it right now and get on the black platforms and have these conversations. But you know what? Black people gonna be like, yo, well, nah, because it's too much black people doing black people stuff on these platforms, so I don't want to do that. You know what I'm saying? Because we got a slave mind where we think each other is our own worst enemy. Where we will take out each other, but before you take out your own, you know what I'm saying? Before you take out the people who created the problems in your own community, you know what I'm saying? Like you thinking we ain't slaves and we can't even do something basic, you know what I'm saying? And they don't got to be everything. And that's my point, you know what I'm saying? You don't got to stop doing everything. We can all pick one individual thing, you know what I'm saying? If we be Nike, we could be like, well, instead of paying Nike, we could play one of these things, or it could be Walmart, or it could be one particular thing. But we can't even do that because we want to argue about all the BS, and all we want to talk about is the negative stuff and participate in the minstrel show stuff. You know what I'm saying? Man.
Yeah, no, I feel what you're saying 100%. It makes total sense. Both of you. I agree with both of what you're saying, because that's the dilemma. You know, it's how do you balance both sides of that coin? Well, you know, but just to feed upon what you're saying, like, you know, I work in the tech industry, so, and I've witnessed these things. I've worked with all kinds of tech companies, and I've seen the changes. You know,
hey, Dwayne, before you finish, bro, I got to go. Forecast the one tonight. I already know why he did that argument to keep me up. So because he know I got to get up early in the morning in 4 hours.
No, you ain't got to go. You ain't got to get up and do nothing, Bakar. You can get up when you want to get up. You ain't no slave.
You're right. I get up when I want.
No, I was just playing with you, Bakar.
I get up at 5:30. I get up at 5:30 every morning.
I was just playing with you, Bakar.
I get up at 5:30 every morning.
I can save it, dog. I can save it.
But Dwayne, he kept me up because I got him back. Because I got him the other day.
No, I ain't no keeping you up. What you mean? You a free man. You ain't no keeping you up. You can sleep and wake up when you feel like you want to.
Make your own.
But I'm sleeping now though.
You a free man. What are you talking about? Keep you up.
I'm sleeping. Guess what?
How can I as a slave make a non-slave person do something?
And I'm free enough
so you my
here,
slave?
And I'm free enough to get out here and go to
Lord,
sleep.
have mercy.
Dwayne, it was nice meeting you, brother.
I don't want to apologize for your Filipino comments before you go, because
I didn't have any Filipino comments.
No, I was just messing with you, because
I didn't have any Filipino comments. I'm gonna go to sleep, man. Dwayne, it was nice meeting you,
bro. All right, dog.
All right, peace, Bakari. Thank you for coming on, for real, Bakari. Go ahead, Dwayne. Go ahead. Finish what you were saying.
Well,
and then
I can't remember half the things I was going to say right now, because. But all in all, I appreciate your channel, man, and it's the first time I jumped on, or maybe the second time I jumped on to your live stream. But I do appreciate the conversation. These are important topics. You know what I mean? It covers a whole broad spectrum of things that, you know, we could definitely, like you said, we could talk all night about these things. But it's important. You know, so whenever I get the chance, I'm gonna try to jump on and check you out and see where you're at. So,
I appreciate. I appreciate you coming on. I know you used to comment like a long time ago. So I appreciate you coming on, yo.
No doubt. Yeah. And, my sister got into it, I think, on a couple of live streams. But, you know, once things, you know, get regular in life, we'll probably, you know, be back and stuff and check things out more frequently. That's good stuff, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate it, bro. I appreciate it. And Pasta 0316, yo, it's been a minute, my brother. Yo, what's going on? Shouts out to you, and shouts out to Considera. Everybody that came through. There's a lot of people. I know Raw left earlier. I wish you would have stayed, but shouts out to her. Shouts out to Erica. And, you know, the views expressed on this channel by the guests, you know, does not reflect the channel or whatever. And, you know, I'm just messing with my brother Bakari. That's my brother right there. I wish I had something more appropriate to play right now, you know what I'm saying? But I don't. So I'll have it next time. But listen, man, like, yo, all this reverse racism, you know what I'm saying? I believe that we could be racism like, but the more that I look at it as far as being racist, it's harder to think that we can achieve it because of the mind state that we just show. You know what I'm saying? It's this still same thing, like welcome the pale face with open arms, and the pale face includes everybody else. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I be hard on who you let in the cookout. You know what I'm saying? Because the cookout is just a metaphor, but nobody is our friends. You know what I'm saying? And until we have at least one institution out there to protect us, no matter what it may be, like whether it be a school or whatever, to protect our children, until we have one institution out there to protect us, then, you know what I'm saying, like, we got to be careful about who we participate with, you know what I'm saying? Because, like, they have shown how they feel about us, and we got to understand that, you know what I'm saying? But I want to thank all of y'all for coming on here, you know what I'm saying? And as always, we have got to start standing for something, or we're going to keep falling for anything.